Good evening, everybody, councillors, staff, and those in the gallery that have joined us tonight for tonight's ordinary meeting of council. And thank you for coming along. Welcome to those, and I declare this meeting is open. And the City of Swan acknowledges the traditional custodians of this region, the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation, and their continuing connection to the land, waters, and community. We pay our respects to elders past, present, and their descendants. The terms and conditions of entry into this meeting are posted on the door as you enter, so please ensure that you've read them prior to attending this meeting and abide by them. Tonight's attendance, we have all councillors in attendance tonight, and there's no one attending electronically. No apologies, and all staff are in attendance. We have nil leave of absence and nil apologies. Declarations of financial proximity interests and interests affecting impartiality. Councillor Jones made an impartiality declaration in relation to item 15.9, the Paradise Keys agreed care development, as she is on the Swan Caring Committee. Are there any... Pardon? No? Okay, getting excited there. Are there any declarations of interest that need to be passed up to the CEO? If yes, there are, can you just fill them out, please, and hand them up to the CEO? And that takes us on to public question time. Questions and answers recorded in the minutes of the meeting may be summarised in accordance with the Local Government Administration Regulations of 1996. All questions received for this meeting have been answered and have been included in this schedule, and all questions will be published in the minutes of this meeting. 5.1, answers to questions which were taken on notice, we had nil, and 5.2, questions relating to reports contained in the agenda, we also... had nil, and questions of which due notice will be given, there were nil. But 5.2.2, questions without due notice. The following persons have registered to ask questions. And number one, that's Ms Viola Maripodi on Paradise Keys. Hello, Ms Maripodi. You have 3 minutes, thank you. Oh, to ask your questions, you have 5.
Thank you. My questions tonight relate to the registered Aboriginal Heritage Site 3743, previously Lot 501 Paradise Key, now 504 Paradise Keys, to be developed as an aged care development site. My first question is, will all potential buyers be informed that this entire parcel of land is indeed an Aboriginal heritage site?
Through you, Mr Vanderlyn.
Madam Mayor, yes. The expression of interest that will go out to everyone will include such a statement.
Thank you.
Do you have further questions?
2, I've got 4.
Okay.
2, how does the City of Swan justify selling off of any Aboriginal heritage site for development and ultimately destruction of sacred land?
Again through you, Mr Vanderlyn.
Madam Mayor, the council has already decided to make that land available for sale, and under the Aboriginal Act, the details under Section 18 will be addressed as part of the development. If the outcome of that is that the site is undevelopable, that will be the outcome of that study that will still have to be done.
Thank you.
Thank you. 3, will all potential buyers be informed that the adjoining Emu Swamp is not only an Aboriginal heritage site, but a conservation category wetland, meaning that extra research and planning will be required by the developer before any soil disturbance or excavation takes place, as these protected wetlands are in close proximity to the future earthworks?
Ask through you, Mr Vanderlyn.
Yes.
Thank you. My last question, will all potential buyers be informed that a fire break will be required within Lot 504 being the development site?
Madam Mayor, under the BAL assessment that's been done, there will be a setback required to be provided on the site. So that is a setback where there's no building permissible. That setback on that southern boundary is expected to be between 13 and 19 metres.
Thank you very much.
Could I just ask another question? taking that into account, the fire break will not actually be in the Emu Swamp Reserve as previously said by the council.
Through you, Mr. Vendelin.
Under the requirements of the bushfire requirements will require the setback of the building on the site, but the management requirements of the Emu Swamp itself may require the reduction as a management of the bushfire risk on the swamp area. It may require the reduction to reduce fuel loads on that area, and if that includes the requirement to have a fire break somewhere on Emu Swamp, it could.
Could be. Thank you very much, Ms. Marapodi, for your
Thank you.
questions.
No.
And if you have any other questions, I'm sure you can send them in to staff and we'll see if we can address those for you.
Actually, he's actually answered questions that I've been asking for the last couple of years.
Well, that's good. I'm glad that we could help tonight to get them clarified, and
Thank
that
you.
was quick, short and sharp. Thank you very much. Other than those that have already had their questions answered, is there any member of the public wishing to ask a question on an item on the agenda? No, no one else? No more questions tonight? Okay, thank you. So 5.3, other questions not relating to items contained in the agenda. It's 5.3.1, and questions of which due notice have been given. And we had Ms Anne James from the Bullsbrook Residents and Ratepayers Association. Hello, Anne. And your questions have been answered in the following agenda there. So we move on to 5.3.2, questions without due notice. We had Claire Scanlon had provided some questions. When in the next 10 years is the city likely to implement the pedestrian crossing on James Street near Atfield Street? And that's also answered on the screen, if you can see the screen there. But also a reply has been sent to Ms Scanlon, so thank you for those questions. So again, any other than those that have already had their questions answered, is there any member of the public wishing to ask a question on an item not on the agenda? Last chance, no questions? Okay, no questions tonight, thank you. And number 6 is public statement time. So registration for public statement time at council meetings was required by 6 p.m. on Tuesday the 9th of April 2024. And 2 people have registered, and they are first Ms Anne James of Bullsbrook Residents and Ratepayers Association. Thank you, Anne.
Thank you, Presiding Member, CEO and councillors. On behalf of BRA, I wish to make a statement in reply to the question on notice, results published in this council meeting agenda. This relates to the installation of critical water infrastructure, a high water tank. The Bullsbrook Structure Plan, approved by the City of Swan, indicates this need. Yes, it is the responsibility of the Water Corporation to provide water to the residents of WA. Surely, however, the City has a responsibility to ensure this matter proceeds in a timely manner. This issue has been ongoing since 2015. We are now in 2024 without a resolution. The latest revised Water Corp plan includes improved access to a fire hydrant directly connected to the high water tank for DEFUS. This improves access and firefighting capacity in a high fire risk area. It is also outside of the Bush Forever mapping. Has the City considered these points? Demand for an expanded water requirement is approaching from Kingsford Estate, Bullsbrook Heights and proposed North Bullsbrook development. Can the City communicate more effectively with the Water Corporation other than yet another email? If the City has communicated effectively, staff would already know that negotiations have been ongoing between Water Corp and the private landowner adjacent to Burley Park, who is present here tonight. The landowner does not want to sell land to Water Corp. The City of Swan does not want to sell land to Water Corp. Where does this leave Bullsbrook? BRA wishes to gain assurance from the City that they will work proactively. There needs to be a satisfactory resolution soon. Time is now of the essence. A face-to-face meeting between parties, including the City of Swan, surely needs to take place to move this matter forward once and for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms James. And now we have number 2, which is Mr David Lombardo, who is a Bullsbrook landowner.
Thank you, Mayor, councillors and staff for the opportunity. The statement I'd like to make tonight in relation to this matter of the high water tanks for Water Corporation is, firstly, many years ago the City did agree to sell a portion of the land in Burley Park to Water Corporation. which was subject to a subdivision approval, which didn't succeed on environmental grounds. Watercorp did approach us as adjoining owners. Unfortunately, our lot that adjoins Burleigh Park is a separate lot, and it is predominantly made up of a Bush Forever site. And the cleared area that has been mentioned in the minutes is probably the only building envelope potential on that particular lot. Hence the reason my family advised Watercorp that it would not be interested in selling that portion of the land. Burleigh Park has been there for many, many years. In fact, it used to be a gravel quarry that the old Shire used to extract gravel from. We have sustained a lot of losses because of trespass through Burleigh Park. Burleigh Park has a limited sort of recreational use from the local residents. It's predominantly bush. There are some walking paths, very limited. This opportunity for Watercorp to locate the high water tank will not only address some of the high level issues that Anne spoke about in terms of water need, but potentially provide an opportunity for some improvements, some long overdue improvements to Burleigh Park. One, for instance, is Burleigh Park currently houses a water tank which provides a fire hydrant on Smith Road, which is dilapidated and extremely old. Watercorp have committed that the tank will provide a new fire hydrant on Smith Road, which will provide far superior and quicker filling capabilities than the existing tank. So that is my statement, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much for sharing that with us tonight and for coming in tonight to deliver that. Now we move on to number 7, petitions. All petitions were to be presented to Council at the Agenda Forum last Wednesday evening, and the following petition was presented at the Agenda Forum on the 6th of March 2024 that requires to be tabled tonight. A petition containing 13 signatures was presented by Raylene Pacello at the Agenda Forum 3rd of April 2024 relating to parking concerns on Leslie Road. So the recommendation was 1, refer to the CEO and a report to be submitted to a future council meeting. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Bowman, and a seconder was Deputy Mayor. Thank you. Is there anyone against? Then it's carried. And up to 8, deputations. All deputations for items on the agenda were heard at the Agenda Forum, which was held on 3rd of April 2024. Now, we move on to announcements by the presiding member, which is myself. The Council, at its ordinary council meeting on the 14th of February 2024, unanimously resolved to 1, make the City of Swan Parking Amendment Local Law 2024 as attached. 2, complete the local law-making process in accordance with the Local Government Act 1995. So after this meeting, the City's administration identified that the making of the local law was deficient in that notice was not given to the council meeting of the purpose and effect of the proposed local law. Accordingly, the council meeting is now given notice of the purpose and effect of the proposed Parking Amendment Local Law 2024. The purpose of this local law is to amend the City of Swan Parking Local Law 2023, consistent with the undertakings provided to the Joint Standing Committee on Delegated Legislation and for further correction and clarification. The effect of this local law is intended to provide more certainty about the periods for which parking facilities may be set aside for events and for sufficient notice to be provided. And that brings me on to another lovely announcement. I'd like to share that on the weekend I attended a lovely invitation to the Kabaddi Festival on Sunday, and it's a great celebration of the Sikh cultural and sporting prowess that I was very fortunate to be involved and have a look at and watch. And if you haven't had a chance to see that, it was the first time that the games were held in the City of Swan, which was quite a mean feat. It was such a large crowd, but you can see some of the photos on Facebook if you like to have a look and be enriched in a new cultural sporting game that we might not be so familiar with in Australia and certainly in Perth. But this event hopefully will grow in the future and certainly for the City of Swan. So thank you very much to the organisers and all their work and for that lovely invitation. So leave of absence, we have Councillor Zanino from the 22nd of April to the 26th of April 2024 inclusive. Are there any other elected members requiring a leave of absence? If there is, can you please fill in your forms that are in your desk underneath in the drawer and just hand them up to the CEO. Is there anyone opposed? No, because there is none. So if there's anyone... Well, we don't know if anyone was handing any up. Has anyone got any? Nope, just checking. So I have a mover, Councillor Bowman, and seconder, Councillor Henderson. Thank you. So that's carried. We should move on to confirmation of minutes. So we've got 11.1, confirmation of minutes of ordinary meeting of council, which was held on the 13th of March 2024. Resolution required to confirm the minutes of the 13th of March 2024. Do I have a mover, Councillor Miles, and a seconder, Councillor Bowman? Thank you. Is there anyone against? That's carried. And moving on to business left over from the previous meeting. If adjourned, there was nil. Okay, we move on to part 13, adoption of those recommendations contained in items that were not withdrawn. For the benefit of the community members observing the meeting, the council uses an en bloc method of decision making, and this means that agenda items where council supports the officer recommendation are not debated separately. One vote is taken on all of the items and the officer recommendation is therefore the decision of council. The following items have not been withdrawn for individual consideration and will be dealt with the via en bloc vote. Therefore, the officer recommendation will be the decision of council. And there is a small list here, but 14.1.2, Regulation 17, Internal Audit Report. 14.3.4, the proposed amendment number 1 to the Kingsford Town Centre Precinct Structure Plan, Lot 1354, number 2510, Great Northern Highway, Bullsbrook, which is Swan SP 2021 2A. 14.4.1, the proposed dedication of land as road, and which is portion of lot 139, number 2481, Great Northern Highway, Bullsbrook, which is the Kingsford Roundabout. 14.5.1, financial management report for the period ended 29th of February 2024. 14.5.2, the list of accounts paid February 2024. 14.5.3, the change in basis of valuation. And then we also have a confidential agenda, and that is 16.1, strategic risk register, and 16.2, the appointment of executive director, place stakeholder engagement. Can I please have a mover, Councillor Bowman, and a seconder, Councillor Zanino, thank you. Is anyone against? No, I declare that carried. Here we go. And we move on to reports. So reports withdrawn for debate or absolute majority vote required. The following reports have been withdrawn for debate in accordance with the Meeting Procedures Local Law 2023 and will be dealt with by the council individually. 14.1.1 is the draft policy, financial hardship rates and service charges on page 7. Proposed motion by Councillor Johnson. If you'd like to read out your alternate motion, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My alternate motion is that Council resolve to 1. Adopt draft policy POLC-198 financial hardship rates and service charges with the following amendments. A. The suspension of administration fees for the duration of the payment plan be added to clause 5.2A3, and B. That the City may write off administration fees to be added to clause 5.3. And the reason for the motion is, in accordance with section 6.12 of the Local Government Act, the City may waive or write off any amount of money owed. The draft financial hardship policy currently provides for the suspension of interest for the duration of the approved payment plan, and in exceptional circumstances, the writing off of penalty interest. It does not provide for the waiver or write-off of the current $35 administration fee that is charged for the implementation of a payment plan. The amendment to allow the suspension and write-off of administration fees supports the purpose of the policy and will provide additional assistance to residential ratepayers experiencing financial hardship.
Thank you, and ask for a seconder. Councillor Brodovnik. Is there anyone against? No. I declare that carried. Thank you very much. Oh, That was a bit short and quick. So we move on to 14.2.1, the adoption of Gidgegannup Local Area Plan on page 18. So this was withdrawn to be debated by Councillor Catalano. And, can I have someone to move the officer's recommendation? Councillor Jones? And a seconder? Was Councillor Henderson, thank you. Would you like to speak to the motion, Councillor Jones? Oh, sorry, that was Councillor Catalano. I was right. Councillor Jones? No. And Councillor Henderson? No. Is there anyone against? Councillor Catalano, if you would like to speak to the motion.
Thank you. I'm against this motion and adopting the Gidgegannup Local Area Plan because contained in that local area plan is support for Eastlink as a priority to road, which, well, more than a road, it's a bit like a freeway really, which will negatively impact on Gidgegannup area. It will actually bring more traffic to the Gidgegannup area. It will bring trucks, it'll bring a lot more traffic, and it won't improve the safety in the area in general. Yes, the Eastlink may bypass the town centre, but that in itself is a problem for the town centre because it's likely to kill it off. If you've been to Northam, you'll see what I mean. But the worst thing about Eastlink, it's going to destroy natural flora and fauna in the Gidgegannup area. That counteracts priority 4 in the local area plan, which is to protect and raise awareness of natural assets. Now, I've had a lot of Gidgegannup residents tell me that they don't support the Eastlink, and they don't support a lot of high density or suburban type of development in the area, as though they want to retain the amenity and lifestyle of the area. And Gidgegannup residents consistently oppose Eastlink at annual electors meetings, and they've raised it time and time again their opposition, and that's been supported. Their opposition's been supported by the majority of other people at those electors meetings. I've spoken about Eastlink before. It's outdated, and it was designed when Perth ended at Roe and Reed Highway. It's an old 1970s plan, and it's not fit for purpose. It involves 700 hectares of road reserves being cleared, which are the last remaining vestiges of remnant wetlands, marri and jarrah woodlands. Habitat for plants and animals, birds, cooling, moisture retaining, wildlife corridors, Aboriginal sites. The community want change, and they want better environmental protection and value for money. The whole point is that Bullsbrook is going to be the new industrial area. It's going to be 2.5 times the size of Malaga and Hazelmere combined. Ultimately, the road is going to have to, for heavy vehicle traffic, is going to have to veer east from Bullsbrook. It is not going to be sustainable to use Great Northern Highway and Northlink as conduits from the Bullsbrook industrial area down
Thank
to
you.
Reed and Roe Highway.
And that's your
Eastlink
3
is
minutes.
redundant.
Thank you, Councillor Catalano. Is there anyone for the motion who'd like to speak to the motion? There's no one who'd like to speak to the motion? Is there anyone against? Councillor Hallett, do you wish to speak?
Thank you. I just would like to add that I thought that this LAP relied too heavily on the Eastlink, and the Eastlink is not funded, as far as I'm aware of, beyond Reed Highway. And I just don't think we should be creating a LAP for an area or a local area plan for an area when we are relying so heavily on something that is out of our control. We should be creating a local area plan with measures that are within our control. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll ask again, is there anyone for the motion that would like to speak to the motion? Councillor Henderson.
So the motion is to approve the LAP, yes? That's correct. Yes. Correct, yeah. I just want to clarify because there seems to be some confusion in the room. Councillors, I just want to, I wanted to hear from Councillor Catalano to find out.
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
Point of order.
My understanding is Councillor Henderson.
Just resume your seat for a moment, Councillor Henderson.
Councillor Henderson seconded the motion and gave up his right to speak.
Thank you, that is correct. Okay, so is there anyone else for the motion who would like to speak? Councillor Zanino?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, councillors. With the Gidgegannup local area plan, both myself and Councillor Henderson have attended numerous meetings with the Gidgegannup Progress Association and city officers where this was discussed on numerous levels, and the support for this was virtually unanimous. Councillor Catalano has basically stated that the majority of people in Gidgegannup are against Eastlink. Well, I've represented the area or the locality of Gidgegannup for many years, so has Councillor Henderson. And I will admit there's probably one or two, or probably half a dozen, that are against Eastlink, but the majority of people and residents within the locality of Gidgegannup are absolutely 100% supportive of Eastlink and can't wait for it to happen. Because Gidgegannup is basically dead in the water. It cannot progress, it cannot move until Eastlink goes through. Because with the current traffic going through the centre of Gidgegannup, that stops any development whatsoever, and it creates a huge safety problem where you've got the primary school right on the corner, and you've got the commercial centre and huge trucks travelling at high speeds and a huge amount of traffic. So people are with bated breath waiting for Eastlink to happen so that Gidgegannup can develop to its full potential, and also all the commuters that live in the eastern sector, and that goes beyond Gidgegannup. It goes through to York and Tujay and other areas that have to commute to work on a daily basis. These people have to, at the moment, get up so early to get to work on time, or getting home, and especially in winter. With the construction of Eastlink, that would cut their commuting times by half. And then people can do what they can, and these other areas can also develop. You know, other areas like Tujay, York, Beverley, because it makes it so accessible. So to say that, you know, Eastlink is the same as Northlink.
Thank you,
Northlink had a huge positive
your
effect,
3 minutes.
and this is going to have the same.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone against the motion? Is anyone against the motion? No? Is there anyone for the motion? If there's not, then we'll write a reply. Microphone. Councillor Jones, would you like to write a reply? No? Thank you. And then we'll put it to the vote. I'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hand. The Deputy Mayor, Councillor Singh, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Jones, Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Miles, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Brodovnik and myself. And all those against? Sorry. Oh, sorry, did I miss you?
We counted, Councillor. You've got 11-4.
I'm going to do that again. Just raise your hand if you're for the motion, please. So, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Singh, Councillor Oringo, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Jones, Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Miles, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Prodovnik and myself. And all those against, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Dawn, Councillor Knight and Councillor Howlett. Thank you. What was that count? Motion's carried. What do you have the numbers there? 11-4. We're moving on to 14.2.2, Economic Development Strategy, which is on page 61. Proposed motion by Councillor Catalano. If you'd like to read your alternate motion, thank you.
Thank you. That Council resolves to, 1, not approve the draft Economic Development Strategy for advertising, and 2, request the CEO to redraft the strategy so that A, the strategy identifies and considers how future economic development will, 1, balance impacts of economic development with impacts on the natural environment, and 2, mitigate adverse impacts of economic development on the natural environment, and B, the strategy identifies Ellenbrook as a strategic centre. The reason for the motion: the natural environment is a key result area of the Strategic Community Plan, and its nexus to economic development has not been addressed in this strategy. The community wants a better balance of development and environment, which the draft document doesn't provide. The population of Ellenbrook and its catchment will surpass Midland and its catchment by many times in the next decades. The strategy should not be sent out for public advertising until it is complete.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Howlett. Thank you. Councillor Cardilano, would you like to open debate? Oh, so is there anyone against? Councillor Bowman, I think you had your hand up first. Would you like to debate? Thank you. So, Councillor Catalano, would you like to open?
Thank you. This draft strategy may refer to the UN Sustainable Development Goals and environment as a key result area, but that's about it. It doesn't recognise that there's an inherent tension between economic development and the natural environment, and it doesn't recognise that in the past, and just look at Malaga and Hazelmere as 2 examples, the natural environment has been smashed. There is no change. This has to change because community wellbeing, as identified in this draft document, is supposed to be a key factor, and yet it is ultimately inextricably linked to a healthy natural environment. Hey, there are no jobs on a dead planet. I didn't invent it, but we all know it. Sustainable economic development isn't easy, but we have to start, and we have to start planning for it now. We need to balance the environment with development, and we need to do it better. This strategy should be a guide for that, but it fails because it fails to even identify the risk that development poses to the natural environment. It's now time for the City of Swan, in these strategies and high-level planning documents, to start identifying the tension between economic development and preservation of the natural environment and identify how that harm can be mitigated. Leaving these considerations to the building permit stage is too late. Hey, we've seen it. Bush, the creeks, wetlands will have already been bulldozed by the time they come in for a building permit. The city's natural environment, a fundamental requirement for human well-being, healthy land, soil, water, air and biodiversity, cleared, extinct, forever extinct. That's what we've seen. And unless we start addressing it right now in these strategies, that's what we're going to see, and there will be nothing left. A dead planet. So this strategy, which is supposed to guide the last greenfield commercial development between Ellenbrook and Bullsbrook for an industrial area, as I've said, 2.5 times the size of Hazelmere and Malaga, doesn't mention how there will be a balance between economic development and the natural environment and how that can be achieved. There's a lot in the strategy about community well-being, jobs, but 300,000 people in the city of Swan and no natural environment with no living planet. It's a frightening future. So now I just want to get on to Ellenbrook. Isn't it time? In fact, I think it is time that Ellenbrook was recognised and planned for as a strategic centre. You know, the city needs to get on
Thank
board.
you, Councillor Catalano. That's your 3 minutes. Councillor Howlett.
No, I have nothing further to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone against? Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The community wants a better balance of development and environment, which this draft document does not provide. How does Councillor Catalano know this? Is this Councillor Catalano's personal opinion? Is this the opinion of just a select few in the community or a broader group? I have not been provided any information to show that this is reflected of the broader community or those in my ward, the Pearce ward. Councillors, there are 15 of us and we all have different views and opinions, and some of these are very different. Councillors, this is why we advertise draft strategies, to get the community's feedback, to find out from all of our community what they think, what they like, what they don't like, what they wanted added, and etc. How many councillors spoke to staff and provided their feedback or any concerns after the first council briefing? How many councillors spoke to staff and provided their feedback or concerns after the second council briefing? Councillors, we've had three briefings on this item. What more can staff do? Councillor Catalano doesn't want to advertise a draft strategy until the strategy identifies and considers how future economic development will balance impacts of economic development with impacts of the natural environment and mitigate adverse impacts of economic development on the natural environment, and the strategy identifies Ellenbrook as a strategic centre. Did Councillor Catalano discuss with staff after the first workshop in September 2023? Did Councillor Catalano discuss it with staff after the second workshop in November 2023? Or was this limited to the comments, feedbacks that she made at the March 2024 workshop? Am I correct in my understanding that the feedback that was provided by both Councillors Howlett and Councillor Catalano after the third workshop have been addressed? And maybe that's the question that needs to be directed to staff. While I'm asking staff questions, perhaps we could be given an update of the outcome of the meeting today that's been in our calendars for some weeks at the request, I believe, of Councillor Catalano and a number of staff on this item because I was unable to get there. Councillors, if we continue to delay this strategy or any other strategy for that matter, like what has occurred because one or two individual councillors don't like certain parts but provide no official initial feedback, then nothing will ever progress. We are not adopting a final strategy. We are simply going out to our community to advertise for comment. And I'll conclude with another question of staff. So I've asked two questions. My third question is, has the feedback provided by Councillor Catalano and Councillor Howlett been addressed?
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Is there anyone for the motion?
Sorry, Madam Mayor, I actually asked two questions as well there.
Okay.
Would you like me to repeat them?
No. Thank you. Is there anyone for the motion? Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry, asking.
Through the chair.
Through the chair.
Well, I've panted Ms Muriel Pickering, but I can assure you that changes were made to the draft strategy after meeting, and Ms Pickering might like to address it.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, the feedback provided by both Councillor Catalano and Councillor Howlett have been responded to, and some of that feedback is also in the officer's comment on the run sheet tonight.
Thank you. And the second question.
And my second question was, are we able to be provided an update of the outcome of today's meeting, which I believe was in our calendars for a couple of weeks at Councillor Catalano's request. I wasn't able to make it today.
Okay. Through you, Mr. Zio, to Mr. van der Linde.
Madam Mayor, through you, that meeting did take place. It was attended by Councillor Henderson. We've provided basically the rationale for the modelling as was requested to be provided at that workshop. So the meeting did take place and Councillor Henderson was informed of what was asked for.
Thank you. Right, moving on. Is there anyone who'd like to speak for the motion? No one for the motion? Is anyone against the motion? Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'd just like to ask Councillor Catalano why she asked for a briefing today. It was for 4 o'clock, and 7 staff attended. A lot of staff hours went into fulfilling her request, and in summing up, perhaps Councillor Catalano could let us know why she did not attend. The point is that the information that was provided today was quite useful in terms of what we need to do for our future development in the City of Swan. It spoke about what the financial implications might be for us if we don't have appropriate and proper systems in place to be able to carry forward to the next period through to perhaps 2050. So, councillors, that information was provided but not taken up. I would simply say that much of what Councillor Bowman has already raised is very applicable. I won't go over it, other than to say this is to go out to public comment. It has been looked at very carefully. We have a responsibility to get the information from our community to see what they want to do. And I'm sure from what I read in the documentation, it's well covered. So I think we do need to support the officer's recommendation and not the alternate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. I'll ask again, is there anyone for the motion? Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, thank you. I'll be very brief on this. Councillors, an economic development strategy is a long-term strategy. It is possible for us to wait a few months to make some changes to it. In my view, we can have economic development with more consideration for the natural environment. In my view, this is just basically what's called in some places joined-up government, making sure that all of our strategies and policies are integrated together. We know from our community that they do want to see preservation of the natural environment, and we know they also want economic development, so we need to make sure the two things fit together. Councillors, you may remember that we wrestled with this in debate over the Ellenbrook North West Structure Plan, where there was a large area of natural bush that was basically completely original. And what do we do there? Do we allow it to be developed, or do we preserve it for future generations? We need to give more consideration of this balance between economic development and natural environment. So I believe we could wait a few months, update the document, and then put that out for consultation. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And ask, is there anyone against the motion? Councillor McCulloch.
Thank you, Mayor. Is that working? It is. No?
Just try it and we'll see.
No, I don't think so. Anyway.
Can you borrow Councillor Jones's? Okay.
Is it working?
No, try
It is?
try Councillor Jones.
It is now.
Okay.
Yes. That's because yours is here in front of me. Beautiful.
Do you want to turn the other one of them off?
Councillors, I will be foreshadowing the officer's recommendation if Councillor Catalano's motion fails. There is no need to not approve this and no need to redraft anything. Having a look at our very efficient, proficient and knowledgeable officer comment, there are areas for improvement. But they've also given some insight into some text that can be added on some pages of that strategy before proceeding to this round of public comment. I've had a look at that and I'm sure you have too. And it satisfies me that that provides a really rigorous draft to go out to public comment. And the 5 areas that we're talking about are not mutually exclusive. They do interact and integrate with each other. And so considerations around environment is certainly going to come into play. and be defined and be aligned as well. So the officers do believe that adding that information into the strategy is the most appropriate way to capture the intent of maybe what Councillor Catalano was talking about in 2A. Regarding the 2B aspect of Councillor Catalano's motion, Ellenbrook is a secondary centre. Hierarchy of centres for Perth Metro, it's defined in state planning. And Ellenbrook's current status as a secondary centre stands. It's not within the scope of the localised economic development strategy to reclassify this level of centre. Over time, it will evolve into that strategic centre. However, that reclassification should be addressed by providing this input into future reviews, and that proposal is therefore inconsistent with the current planning framework, and it can't be supported within this either. So I urge you not to support this motion and to support the foreshadowed officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McCulloch. Is anyone for the motion that hasn't spoken? Is anyone against the motion that hasn't spoken? All right, if there's no one for or against, I'll ask Councillor Catalano for a right of reply.
Look, you can attack me as much as you like. It's a straw man argument. At the end of the day, the issues won't go away, and that is that environment is very important to the community. That is why it's one of the key result areas of our strategic community plan. It's not me saying it, it's the community saying it. The point is also that Ellenbrook currently has twice the population of Midland. The catchment is expected to quadruple, so this strategy should identify Ellenbrook now. And if it doesn't, and if the city isn't going to do it, they should be talking to the state government about it. And then this strategy should be put on hold until they've got some clearer ideas about where it's going in terms of a strategic centre. In terms of, you know, well, I don't think I need to say much more. Midland's days as a strategic centre are over. It's full of planning blight.
Point of order. Just resume your seat, please, Councillor Catalano. Point of order, Councillor McCulloch.
I'm sorry, that's sort of adverse reflection and just an opinion. That is an opinion. If you could just keep those comments.
Yes, thank you. That is my opinion. It certainly is my opinion. It's full of planning blight, and I believe, it's my opinion, it is increasingly unlikely to deliver the boom in education, retail, transport and other things that's promised in this document. It won't. The strategic centre is going to be Ellenbrook, and we need to recognise it, and we need to recognise it now. This strategy shouldn't go out for public advertising or public comment until we've got it right. I don't understand why we keep kicking the can down the road. It's fairly obvious there's going to be so many more people. There already are so many more people living in Ellenbrook, and it needs to be properly planned for. That's what I'm saying. The issue is not going to go away just because you want to stand up and make me look like I'm recalcitrant. So I urge you to just go with my motion, ask the CEO to go back and redraft it, taking into account these very, very important issues I've raised. It's not about choking development, it's about getting it right so that we've got some environment left for younger people and for their children.
Thank you, Councillor Catalano. And I'll now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour of Councillor Catalano's motion, raise your hand. So we had Deputy Mayor, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Dawn, Councillor Singh, Councillor Knight and Councillor Howlett. And those against, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Ringo, Councillor Jones, Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Miles, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Brodovnik and myself. The motion was lost and that was total there. Where was that?
I had 9-6.
I think we had 9-6. Thank you.
And Councillor Catalano.
And then Councillor McCulloch, you foreshadowed the office recommendation.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Is it up there on the board? I'm just trying to find it. Do you want me to read it out or it's fine?
We'll just move the officer's
Just move the
recommendation.
officer's recommendation.
Thank you. And I have a seconder,
I'll second it with an amendment.
if that's applicable to Councillor McCulloch. Councillor Bowman, thank you for seconding that.
And my
What was the
amendment,
amendment?
my amendment is subject to the following modifications. The following text be added on to page 6.7. Whilst the city's strategic community plan is divided into 5 key result areas, it is important to note that these 5 areas are not mutually exclusive. They interact and integrate with each other and therefore must align. In creating the economic development strategy, consideration has been given to how the strategy aligns with the other key result areas, and B, include a table outlining specific strategic community plan outcomes that the economic development strategy supports.
Sorry? What's wrong? Was making an amendment.
I think you've got to have seconder, and then you could seek then to move an amendment to it.
Okay, so Councillor Jones, would you like to second the officer's recommendation? And then Councillor Bowman.
Can I
now make your
recommend to the
amendment?
mover and seconder if they would entertain a following
Thank you.
amendment, subject to the following modifications. The following text be added to page 6.7. Whilst the city's strategic community plan is divided into 5 key result areas, it's important to note that these 5 areas are not mutually exclusive. They interact and integrate with each other and therefore must be aligned. In creating the economic development strategy, consideration has been given to how the strategy aligns with the other key result areas, and B, include a table outlining specific strategic community plans outcomes that the economic development strategy supports.
And Councillor McCulloch, is that acceptable? Thank you.
Then you have to ask, is anyone against?
Is there anyone against?
Got a question.
Hang on a minute. Question?
Yeah, because it was read out so quickly and I can't see the whole thing on the screen. Can the screen be adjusted so we can read it all? Thank you.
We'll just take a minute then to have a look at that and let the board be updated. Let's go. We'll just wait for it to be on screen. Some people might see it visually, and we'll.
Got a copy there.
Yep. I've got a copy. Have you got a copy, Deputy Mayor? Yep. Just let me know when you've had a read.
Yes, I've finished reading. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Catalano, who are against? Do you wish to debate it? Thank you.
We're debating the amendment now.
So now debating the amendment. The amendment. Oh, sorry.
That's what we just asked. This
Okay.
amendment, you said you were against.
Okay, so you're just against the substantive motive.
So just
Okay.
come back to the chair. Is anyone against the amendment?
So is there anyone against the amendment?
No, but if anybody else would oppose it, it would be opposed business and we would have to debate it.
Okay, there's no one against the amendment.
So that now becomes a substantive motion, and that's what we're now going to debate.
Okay, so we'll now debate the substantive motion, and that would be Councillor McCulloch.
I will reserve my right, thank you.
Thank you. Seconder.
Second, Councillor Jones.
Councillor Jones, don't provide. Councillor Catalano.
Even with this amendment, the whole point is that this strategy should not go out for advertising until it resolves some of the issues to do with environment, to do with Ellenbrook as a strategic centre that I've raised. And it needs to get the draft right so people can comment in an appropriate manner. Right now, they won't even know that that's something that they can comment on in this draft. And that's why it has to be put in there. You know, to give developers certainty, you know, to make development like fruitful and economically viable, you really have to get your planning right, and you have to make sure that people understand what they're getting into. And you know, I have a real problem with Bullsbrook when we don't really understand how trucks are going to, and these are heavy haulage and heavy duty trucks, are going to get from Bullsbrook onto the Reed and Roe Highway. Because as far as I can see, this strategy as it is right now should be actually called tourism with trucks. And in my mind, that is not a good mix. That is not a good mix. Industrial trucking that's going to come out of Bullsbrook is going to have to compete with residential traffic down the North Link, and it's going to have to compete with tourist traffic in the Swan Valley. It's clearly unsustainable and it's very flawed. You can't just put out these great big ideas about development without getting the planning right. And we've seen this so many times. Just look at Hazelmere. There's hardly a tree left, and it really isn't that successful. We've got to give developers, the community, what they expect, a balance between nature and economic development. This is now the last greenfield area, north of Ellenbrook to Bullsbrook, is the last of the greenfield area in the city of Swan. Everything else has been cleared. I wish I was on this council 20 years ago, but I'm not. All I can do is advocate for what we've got left. Now, if you can't see that there is no future for residents, for the community, for developers in our local
Thank you,
government
Councillor
authority.
Carano. That's your 3 minutes. I'll ask again, is there anyone for the motion? Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, it's going to be a sad day with those tourist trucks going down Tonkin Highway, because there's probably not a lot to look at, but just remember we did save or recommend to save a lot of bushland. Madam Mayor, look at the stats. We've been provided the stats. The population of the city of Swan has exploded, and in that time, economic development has not caught up or hasn't kept up. And what does that mean? Well, the problem there is most of the people are going outside of the city of Swan, so they choose to live here, then they have to go outside the city of Swan for their job. They have to travel, most in cars. This is because we have not kept pace. We need an economic development strategy that brings businesses. We need to say we are open for business. And Councillor Catalano talked about Bullsbrook. Well, we were told Bullsbrook, the location of Bullsbrook is an absolutely amazing opportunity for our mining industry. And WA is lucky. The other states would probably wish they had a mining industry like ours, because then that mining industry will not have to come into the centre of the metropolitan area. Councillors, this is again just going out for advertising. It's not adopting a strategy. Why would we need to get it perfectly right according to individual councillors or 2 individual councillors, when I said before 15 of us, we're not all going to agree with the exact wordings in that document. Let the community, let the businesses, let everyone else come to us and tell us, and then we can make those changes. So I support Councillor McCulloch's motion with the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. That was a short stop there. Is there anyone against the motion that hasn't spoken? Is anyone against? Is there anyone who'd like to speak for the motion? Councillor Henderson.
Just briefly to add a point in terms of the green strategy, if you like. On page 9 of the report, which is page 73 of the agenda, the economic development strategy contributes towards global goals set out by the United Nations. The United Nations couldn't be much further left than anything. So they have specific goals around environmental sustainability, which, by the way, I support. The UN's 17 Sustainable Development Goals are the blueprint to achieve a better and more sustainable future for all. It's in the document, councillors. It's in the document. So shall we get on with this and send it out for public consultation? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Henderson. I'll ask again, is there anyone against the motion that hasn't spoken? Anyone against? Anyone for that hasn't spoken? If not, we'll put that to the vote. Right of reply, sorry. Councillor McCulloch.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, I think parts of the debate that were against the officer's recommendation don't necessarily reconcile to what we see in this draft, and I would not be entertaining them. We have what we have in front of us. I'm satisfied with it. I encourage you to support the officer's recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor McCulloch. We can put that to the vote. All those in favour? So we have Councillor Singh, Councillor Oringo, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Jones, Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Miles, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Brodovnik and myself, and all those against. We have a Deputy Mayor, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Dawn, Councillor Knight and Councillor Howlett. So the motion is carried 10-5. Thank you. There we go. Then we move on to 14.3.1, proposed parking shortfall, lot 2623, number 263 Mayfield Drive, Brabham, RCP 00124, page 93. This was withdrawn to debate by Councillor Bowman, and I'll ask for a motion to move the officer's recommendation. Councillor Catalano, seconder. Councillor Dawn, thank you. Does the mover like to speak to the motion? No, sorry, Councillor Catalano.
Thank you. I haven't got much to say other than if somebody wants to build a house with only one garage, that's okay by me. There may be an argument that, you know, there might be another car on the property and it'll spill out into the street, but that could be the case anyway. I don't actually have a problem with one garage. Perhaps it means that there'll be even less cars there. Thank you.
Councillor Dawn, would you like to speak? No, thank you. Is there anyone against the motion? Is that you, Councillor Bowman?
Yes, Madam Mayor, and I'll foreshadow a refusal motion. I'm not going to speak to the item.
I've got a question.
Question, Deputy Mayor.
In the event that this were to fail, would we be ending up in the deemed refusal scenario that creates a kind of doom loop for us again?
Through you, Mr. van der Linde.
Madam Mayor, no. Through you, I think the fact that Councillor Bowman has indicated an alternate motion if the officer's recommendation is lost, will not put you in such a position.
But I don't see an alternate motion on the agenda paper, so therefore there can't be one.
So it can be foreshadowed through debate. The CEO's
I've got a question about this. This has not happened before. So is this some new procedure so any councillor can foreshadow an alternate motion so we don't need to submit them 2 days in advance? That would save everyone a lot of time. Can we work this out?
Yep,
Sounds like a good method.
If we just give staff a minute and CEO a minute to have a look at the meeting regulations.
So through the chair, foreshadowed motions covered in section 8.2. As my reading of it is that whilst the normal process for an alternate motion would be submitted prior to the presentation item before council, as the item's been withdrawn, there's nothing that I see in the meeting procedures prevents someone saying during the course of debate, I foreshadow an alternative. It is not, in my view, but I'd only be offering my view, good practice. It is better to submit alternatives beforehand, but the meeting procedures do not prevent this.
So this then is something that will apply in future to everybody. So any councillor in future can simply withdraw something from debate and then on the night indicate an alternate motion and produce an alternate motion on the night and expect to have it debated. That's quite different to anything we've done before. So what you're saying is that can be done. Thank you.
Just a moment. Councillor Bowman.
Madam Mayor, I withdraw my foreshadowed motion. However, if for whatever reason this doesn't get support, well, then it'll be back here next month. So that was the only reason I was doing it.
Okay, so that's fine, but what we need to look at is whether the local meeting procedures accommodate this and whether it is possible. And also, then, in response to the Deputy Mayor, is this the path that we'll take in terms of future decisions? Will that be open to all councillors? Through you, Mr CEO.
Sorry.
Just a
I've got
moment, please.
question.
Just a
I've
moment,
got a
please.
question.
Yep, the question will be just a moment.
Just in response to the Mayor's question, this is not good practice in all terms of conduct of meetings to raise alternate motions during the course of debate. It doesn't provide the other members with advice and guidance, which is what the purpose of the alternate motion procedure is, which notes they are submitted 2 days prior to the conduct of the meeting. However, it does not physically prevent, the meeting procedures don't prevent this type of discussion. It becomes up to council then how it resolves vote on any particular item.
Thank you, Mr CEO. Question, Councillor Catalano.
Yes, I want some explanation then about the inconsistency with bringing in this alternate motion in the meeting, because you've foreshadowed it, and 8.1, 1A, which says, you know, expressly, a member who wishes to move an alternate motion is to give notice of that alternate motion 2 business days before the meeting where possible.
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
That is a consistency,
Point of order.
and I'd
Just
just
one
like
moment,
to have
Councillor
that
Catalano.
explained.
Councillor Catalano, I'd just like to hear the
No,
point of
I
order.
haven't finished my
You
question.
haven't, but when a point of order is called, then we cease speaking for a moment, and then we let the person with the point of order, and then we'll resume your point.
Madam Mayor, I'd say relevance because I have indicated I'll just withdraw my foreshadow, so therefore we can get on with the meeting.
Can I just make a point to the
Just
relevance?
just a moment, Councillor Catalano, through you, Mr CEO.
If I could refer you, Councillor Catalano, if you've got a copy of meeting procedures in front of you, if you refer to section 8.22, which states, should a member wish to move an alternate motion that has not been provided in accordance with 8.1, so clearly the meeting procedures allow for the provision for an alternate motion. The member must foreshadow their proposed motion without speaking it during debate on the item. So you have a clear statement in your meeting procedures that allows this to happen. It is not, as I've said, good practice, which I refer to you back as 8.1.2, which you quite rightly point out, is that motions are submitted 2 days prior to it. However, the meeting procedures 8.22 do allow for this.
So, as that's been pointed out, it's entirely up to the council whether you choose to go down this path of using that, or in good governance and good practice, choosing not to do that. Councillor Bowman has just offered to withdraw that. Is that correct? Okay. Thank you very much. So,
Question.
Councillor Bowman.
I've got a further question. How much notice is required to withdraw an item?
Through you, Mr CEO.
So at this stage, through the chair, advice has been given of foreshadowed motion. During the course of the discussion, the advice has been given that the foreshadowed motion is being withdrawn. As this is happening during debate, in accordance with 8.22, it only needs to be given during debate.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at 2.3, withdrawal of items. The CEO may at any... Yeah, sorry, wrong thing. So it sounds like at any time during a meeting, a councillor can, or before the start of the meeting, a councillor could indicate that they are going to withdraw an item
What
and then submit an alternative.
Just one moment, Deputy Mayor.
Is it a question or a statement? Are we debating now?
I'm asking.
No. The question was... Your question, can you restate the question,
the question was, what we're saying is that at any time prior to the start of the meeting, or possibly even within it, a councillor can withdraw
No, that's a
an
statement.
item.
What is your question?
That's the question. Is that
Can it?
possible?
Can it
Can
be possible?
a councillor withdraw an item at any time prior to the start of the
Thank
meeting?
you. Through you, Mr CEO.
Again, through the chair, as I've just outlined in 8.2, it can happen during debate.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Councillor Bowman, happy to withdraw that. Thank you very much for that. That's fine. And then we'll move on. So the next bit was anyone for the motion. Is there anyone for the motion that would like to speak? No one for the motion. Anyone against the motion? Councillor Henderson.
Just to be clear again, the motion is to allow the officer's recommendation, is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. Look, I was a bit torn over this one, and the reason is that I don't know about the Altone ward councillors, but I get regular calls and I see regular feedback on Facebook about the lack of parking and the parking on our footpaths and the parking of two cars side by side on a very narrow road. It would seem to me as though the high density development that we have is causing ongoing problems with traffic and parking. And so I thought to myself, there's a reason that we have a requirement for 2 bays, and that needs to be, I think, stuck to or retained. So on balance, I can't support the officer's recommendation for 1 bay. I do think we need to have 2.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Is anyone for the motion? Someone for the motion? Is there anyone against the motion that hasn't already spoken? Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I'll speak against the officer's recommendation. Look, it's my view that what I'm seeing of traffic in the Perth area, I'm seeing a lot more people on these electric bicycles. I'm seeing more people on motorbikes and bikes, smaller vehicles being used. So who knows? This is the way of the future. I think a single house with a single car bay is not likely to cause a problem. So I can't see an issue with it myself.
Thank you. I'll ask again, is there anyone against the motion? Sorry, anyone for the motion that hasn't spoken? Anyone against the motion? It's the last time? Twice.
Yeah, I do support the officer's recommendation.
Okay. It's getting a bit confusing. Stay with us. We're sure we'll get it back on track. It's a little bit technical. Okay. I think everyone's spoken for and against. So if we have spoken for and against, then we'll put this to the vote. Nope, sorry, right of reply. I love that one. Councillor Catalano.
You know, somebody's bought the block. Somebody wants to develop it their way. Now, who in this room wouldn't want to develop their block their way? I mean, I often hear in this chamber quite a lot of commentary about private property interests and people should be allowed to do what they want to do on their own property. This person wants one garage. It's about their garage. And I think that we should be allowing them to develop their property the way they want. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Catalano. And I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Okay, so we have the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Dawn, Councillor Singh, Councillor Ringo. I cannot see Councillor Bowman. Nope. Nope. Councillor Jones, Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Miles, Councillor Knight, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Prodovnik, Councillor Howlett and myself. So that was... And those against, just put your hand up in the air. Councillor Bowman, who against? Councillor Bowman and Councillor Henderson. We're missing one. Just those in favour again, just please raise your hand. Just want to make sure we check that. That's it. And myself. Yep. So that's 13-2 carry. Thank you. Now do we go back? So we move on to 14.3.2. We have the proposed amendment number 2 to the Henley Brook Local Structure Plan, SWAN SP 2019/4/B, page 107. Proposed motion by Councillor Catalano. Councillor Catalano?
Thank you. That Council resolves to 1. Recommend to the WA Western Australian Planning Commission approval for the proposed amendment number 2 to the Henley Brook Local Structure Plan to reclassify a portion of Brooklands Drive from Access Street C to a Neighbourhood Connector B designation. 2. Request the CEO to advise the WAPC of the Council's decision. 3. Notify the relevant parties of the Council's decision. Reason for the motion. Since the Henley Brook Local Structure Plan was approved in 2021, additional high-density developments have been approved, resulting in an impetus for the whole of Brooklands Drive to be reclassified and developed as shared infrastructure. Consideration should be on providing for the amenity and safety of residents and not on the impacts to the relevant development contribution plan.
Thank you very much, Councillor Catalano. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Knight. Is there anyone against? Councillor Bowman. If you'd like to open your debate, Councillor Catalano.
The focus...
Sorry, did you wish to debate? I'm sure he did. He looked quite eager. Councillor Catalano.
Have I just started my speech?
You start now.
The focus for this council should be on providing future residents with amenity and safe roads for improved public transport. Inevitably, there will be more than 3,000 cars a day on the eastern section of Brooklands Drive. I was there recently and I got stuck in traffic congestion outside of the Islamic school, which I believe has over 1,000 children. This school wasn't planned for in the 2021 structure plan when it was approved, and now there's going to be a third primary school, a religious facility, I believe, that also wasn't planned for. It's all going to increase traffic congestion in the area. This suburb will be heavily reliant on car transport because there's no train station. It needs good roads for public transport like buses and school buses. Inevitably, it's going to be reclassified and improved to a higher standard as a neighbourhood connect-to-be road, and that's going to have to happen. And we heard last week that we'll just wait until a subdivider comes along and does it. Well, what happens if a subdivider, because I believe there's, in that section there's multiple landowners, what happens if they won't agree? And what happens if that part of the road is still not developed? Then even investing in a subdivision in that area becomes a pretty bad investment. The whole prospect of it being subdivided is languishing, or will languish, because of poor road infrastructure. Guess what? The City of Swan will get interminable pressure on it, complaints, and we'll end up having to construct the road. So my argument is, what about actually allowing some of that DCP money now to flow to getting the infrastructure right at the outset, not after everybody has started living in the suburb and there's congestion and it's just a crazy traffic mess. And then, oh no, we'll start doing up the road, creating more costs because people will be delayed, because, the city will actually incur, or whoever is developing will incur the costs because they'll have to have all this traffic management and there'll be complaints. Do it now. That's what I'm saying. It's cheaper to do it now. We need the good quality road infrastructure in at the beginning, at the outset, because we know there's going to be this kind of traffic.
Thank you, Councillor Catalano. That's your 3 minutes. Councillor Knight, would you like to speak to the motion?
I have nothing to add, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knight. Is there anyone against? Councillor Bowman.
Madam Mayor, can I start with a few questions of staff, please? Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Catalano talked about a religious facility. Can I ask staff where that is? I don't believe I've seen any application for that.
Through you, Mr van der Linde.
Madam Mayor, yes, I think that it may refer to a site in Starflower Avenue. There's been a development application approved for a educational facility. My understanding is that the applicants at the time of submitting that application for the education facility indicated that in the longer term they may add a religious facility to that, but that hasn't occurred yet.
Councillor Bowman, a further question?
Yes, I do, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, the Islamic College that's currently there, is that on Brookmount Drive?
Through you, Mr van der Linde. Oh,
Brooklands.
Brooklands. Mr Van der
Madam
Linde.
Mayor, the Islamic school is on the corner of Austerian and Henley Street.
And Madam Mayor, through my final question before I enter debate, Brooklands Drive, especially east, is that currently closed? And if so, how long has it been closed for? Because I believe I saw advertising that we were closing it for 6 weeks. I thought it was already closed.
You may know through you, Mr Van der Linde. Or Mr Coton. Sorry, Mr Coton.
I don't have that information at hand.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Raymond.
Certainty, equity and consistency. State planning policy states, and let me quote, where a development contribution plan is proposed, the scope of infrastructure items should be clearly defined in the local planning scheme and should not be subject of change unless adequate justification is provided, such as when an item of infrastructure is no longer required. Has the applicant provided adequate justification? No. Has Councillor Catalano provided adequate justification? No. When the traffic modelling for the eastern side of Brookland Drive previously done was wrong, we expect double the amount of traffic? No. Even the applicant's own traffic consultant states, as a result of recent approved development in the locality, traffic volumes along the eastern section of Brooklands Drive are estimated to increase from the original figure of 2,400 vehicles per day to 2,900 vehicles a day. It's important that I point out that 2,900 vehicles is expected in 2041. The additional high-density developments that have been improved, as quoted by Councillor Catalano, are two. These being the Islamic College and the Providence Lifestyle Village for 172 home sites. Less than 3,000 vehicles per day by 2041. Some of our residents could only dream of numbers this low on roads they currently live on. Councillors, everyone knows how hard I pushed to get some traffic management changes for Arbour Drive and Brookmount Drives. Streets that our residents and ratepayers are living on now, streets that are carrying more than 6,000, 7,000, 8,000 vehicles per day, and now in the draft budget there is finally money budget to address this. Councillors, no doubt you're all aware of local roads in your ward that are designed for up to 3,000 vehicles per day that are carrying far more. The applicant wants the eastern side of Brooklands Drive classification changed from Access Street C to Neighbourhood Connector B. Is this due to the proposed increase in estimated traffic in the year 2041 from 2,400 vehicles to 2,900 vehicles? No, it is not, as both road classifications are for a volume of 3,000 cars. So councillors, you may be asking yourself, why would the applicant even bother? Then, well, I'm glad you asked that question, and it's because they're trying to reduce their own expenses for their development and as such maximise their profits. The result is, though, that the City of Swan ratepayers would pay, and this is the City of Swan would forfeit approximately $1.15 million in development contributions, which within a year's time, based on current rates of development, this could amount to $1.5 million. How are they doing this? Well, by reclassifying this portion of Brooklands Drive, it will allow Mirvac to claim their works as an offset to the development contribution liability. Do they want the reclassification for any other reason? It was clear that it is no, as when I asked at Agenda Forum why the ratepayer should have to pay for it, the response what we received was ultimately would anyhow, which was not correct. Councillors, people all over the City of Swan are asking for money to be spent in their suburbs.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman.
This is what
That's your
Councillor
3
Catalano
minutes.
stated in last
Thank you,
month's
Councillor
council meeting.
Bowman.
I request an extension, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Henderson, is there anyone against? Yes, I am actually. Councillor Catalano, would you like to debate it? No, you can't debate it, just against? Proceed. Okay. Put it straight to the vote. All those in favour? Extension of time. So we had Councillor Ringo, Councillor Singh, Councillor Ringo, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Jones, Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Miles, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Podovnik, Councillor Howlett and myself. And those against? Deputy Mayor, Councillor Dawn, Councillor Knight and Councillor Catalano. Are you voting?
Yes, I've already said I'm against it.
Hand up, sorry. I couldn't quite see it behind the bench. So this is against now. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Catalano. So it's 11-4 carried for an extension of time. 3 minutes.
So, councillors, I must ask myself why Councillor Catalano wants to hand back money to the developer and why she wants ratepayers to have to pay for this, a cost of $1.5 million. How many trees could we plant with $1.5 million? Or in fact, the question is how many less trees will we have to plant due to the 1.5 million shortfall? What road upgrades will not be able to go ahead? What community infrastructure will not be able to be built? What much needed expenditure will our community miss out on because Councillor Catalano wants to give money back to a developer? Or to cover this funding shortfall, is Councillor Catalano suggesting it will come from increasing rates, which is more than a 1% increase for every one of our ratepayers across the entire city of Swan? Consideration should be on providing for the amenity and safety of residents, is what Councillor Catalano provides as a reason. I find this very ironic given her comments regarding those that live in Shady Hills, which we'll all remember what they were. But I must ask, why is the safety of residents in Shady Hills any less important to those who will eventually live in Henley Brook? Councillors, I am very familiar with this area as I've lived around the corner when Brooklands Drive was built 40 years ago. I am regularly in this location, even more so now given it's part of the Pierce Ward. And let me say, this is not about safety or the amenity of the area. This is about profits for the developer at the cost of the City of Swan ratepayers. It was last month Councillor Catalano moved a motion regarding Shady Hills Road, and one of the reasons provided was ratepayer funds should be more equitably spent for the benefits of the greater number of ratepayers. Perhaps Councillor Catalano can explain to me in a closing comment why ratepayer funds should be used for the benefit of one. Yes, councillors, you all heard me correctly, just one developer, and not for the benefit of a greater number of ratepayers. And how much greater can you get when it would be all? That's right, every single ratepayer, councillor. Councillors, time and time again, I have questioned why developers are not paying the true cost of their development and why the City of Swan is left to fund expenditure that's only needed because of a particular
So
development.
that was a maximum of 2 minutes. Just so everyone knows that there was a maximum of 2 that we extended it to. And now I'll put that back to, is there anyone, I think we're up to again, for the motion? Does anyone like to speak for the motion? No? Anyone like to speak against the motion? Councillor Ringo.
Thank you. I think I'm just going to continue with where Councillor Bowman actually has left off his speech. And it says, councillors, time and time again, I question why developers are not paying the true cost of their developments and why the City of Swan ratepayers is left to fund an expenditure that is only needed because of a particular development. Councillors, there is, however, no way that I can support a motion that hands money back to a developer, because this is the outcome of Councillor Catalano's motion, and our ratepayers are left to fund the expected 1.5 million shortfall. But let me go back to where I started. State planning policy states, and let me quote, where a development contribution plan is proposed, the scope of infrastructure items should be clearly defined in the local planning scheme and should not be subject of change unless adequate justification is provided, such as when an item of infrastructure is no longer required. The developer has failed to provide any justification. Councillor Catalano has failed to provide any justification. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Ringo. Is there anyone for the motion that hasn't spoken? Anyone for the motion? No. Is there anyone against the motion? There's no one against the motion. I'll pop that to the... Oh, sorry, my apologies. Right of reply. Somebody put that on a big tattoo up there. Councillor Catalano, your right
Yes,
of reply.
thank you. Once again, a lot of attacking me. But the point of the matter is that that road, that section of the road is going to have to be upgraded. Now, I'm not suggesting we hand back any money to the developer. That money is in the DCP. It's there for purposes in the community.
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
Just resume your seat. Thank you, Councillor Catalano. Councillor Bowman, what was your point of order?
I believe that's an incorrect statement, and as such, staff are required to correct it.
And which part of that statement was that?
That the money is in the DCP, and therefore it would be used by the DCP funds for that if it was changed.
Thank you. Wait, just a moment, please. Councillor Bowman, thank you. We'll just ask if Mr van der Linde might be able to provide some clarification, please.
Madam Mayor, through you, if I understand it correctly, what the question is that came from Councillor Bowman, I can confirm that the eastern part of Brooklands Drive does not currently form part of the DCP. The eastern part of Brooklands Drive, as it stands today, will have to be upgraded by the developers as part of their subdivision conditions.
Thank you, Mr van der Linde. Just one moment, Councillor Catalano. Okay. Do you want to continue or not?
Look, if I could to the Chair, just before we get to the concluding remarks, and I know that it's open to the Chair, as I stand here in the debate, we've had various speakers for and against. If this motion is lost, no one has foreshadowed the officer's motion that staff are aware of. It may have been so fast, Councillor Bowman, no one, you were speaking at a rate, but no one, okay. As long as council understand and the chair understands it, I'll just pass the staff from that. Thank you.
If you'd like to continue, Councillor Catalano.
Yes, thank you. The thing is that you say that I haven't given justification. In fact, I have, because what's happened is there's been a big Islamic school built there. There's going to be a third primary school. There's likely to be a religious establishment. It's going to be there's going to be a lot of traffic in there. And, you know, you can't compare it to Shady Hills because Shady Hills is about 200 residences. This is a very high density suburb. So it is completely different. Now, the thing is that to exclude Brooklands Drive East from the Henley Brook, to exclude for that upgrade, and yes, I'm not going to get into the DCP, but the money is going into the DCP. And yes, maybe there'll be a subdivider, but if there isn't a subdivider to upgrade that section of the road, the city will have to pay for it in the future because somebody is going to have to upgrade that section of the road. Now, to exclude it from an upgrade now, right, is short-sighted. And the need is evident, and the need will become increasingly evident. You just mark my words. You can argue about the fact there's not going to be anybody using that road here and now, but it will happen. And like many others, I am sick and tired of interminable roadworks in built-up areas that cost the city and ratepayers a fortune in lost time and money. So there has been justification. There's increased intensity of use on those roads from the schools, and there is going to be a need for it. I'm saying do it now. It's going to cost the city far more than the 1 million or 1.5 million that's talked about now. It's going to cost far more down the track. What is it? We're going to wait to 2041? I mean, are you for real? It is, of course, going to happen far sooner than that. 2041, I'm not even sure. It's crazy. It's going to happen in the next 5-10 years. And we've seen it time and time again. I mean, just have a look at that roundabout in Banara Road down there at...
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
Just one moment, Councillor Catalano, if you could resume your seat, please. Councillor Bowman, what was your point of order?
Closing comments. I believe no one who spoke against it talked anything about Banara Road.
Fair enough.
Thank you,
It
Councillor
seems
Bowman.
to me
Councillor Catalano.
that the city forfeits the DCP funds. It's just forfeits the DCP funds now and avoids the heartache of complaints in the future and increased costs of delivery of the road, which the city is inevitably going to build. The demand for the upgraded road
Thank you, Councillor
is evident.
Catalano. That's your 3 minutes. Right, I'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? Deputy Mayor, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Dawn, Councillor Knight and Councillor Howlett. Those against? Councillor Singh, Councillor Ringo, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Jones, Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Miles, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Podovnik and myself. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 10 and 5. So that is lost. 5-10. So Councillor Bowman, you foreshadow the officer's recommendation.
I did, Madam Mayor, and I moved that way.
Put that to the vote there.
No, seconder.
Seconder. Councillor Jones. Is anyone against?
Yes, I am.
Councillor Catalano, do you wish to debate it?
No, I think I've said everything.
Okay, we can move straight to, unless anybody else wants to speak.
Is anyone else? Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll close debate on this one in the fact that, councillors, this is to save our ratepayers 1.15 million, which would be 1.5 million. The developer is required to pay for it. Why would we let the developer not pay for it? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. No one else wishes to speak for or against? What's he waving? Are you waving, Councillor Miles? Just checking. Thank you. We'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Singh, Councillor Ringo, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Jones, Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Miles, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Prodovnik and myself. And all those against? Deputy Mayor, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Dawn, Councillor Knight and Councillor Howlett. It's carried 10-5. Thank you. We move on.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, with your indulgence,
Councillor Bowman.
I notice there's two people still in the gallery. Perhaps we could, if we could, ask what they were here for, whether we could bring an item forward with your indulgence.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Can I ask what item you're here for tonight? 14.3.5. And the other person, oh sorry, this is our guest, thank you. So it's just one person.
There are only 2 matters away.
We're just 2 away, we'll be as quick as we can. Thank you very much for your patience as well. Sorry?
No, 14.3.5. 14.3.3. Keep going. 14.3.3 is what we're...
Yep, up to you now. Okay, so we move on to 14.3.3, which is amendment to the Dayton Local Structure Plan 2B, which is to modify the residential density coding of part of Lot 29, number 55 Sam Rosa Place, Dayton, SP 17-21D, page 153, and the proposed motion by Councillor Catalano. If you'd like to read your alternate motion.
That Council resolves to, 1, recommend that the WAPC, West Australian Planning Commission, not approve the proposed amendment to the Dayton Local Structure Plan 2B. 2, request the CEO to advise the WAPC of the Council's decision. 3, notify the relevant parties of the Council's decision. Reason for the motion: there are no compelling reasons to change the zoning to increase density from R20 to 30. The increased density will negatively impact on the amenity of the area, particularly on traffic, parking and public open space provision. The area is to interface with the Swan Valley and should accordingly remain as originally zoned, R20.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Dawn, thank you. Is there anyone against? There's no one against? Okay, that carries.
If no one's against,
yep,
then it's going to be carried. Yeah.
It's carried unanimously, thank you. And then we move on. And so we then move on to 14.3.5. Told you it would be a quick one, didn't we? So we have a State Administrative Tribunal S31 reconsideration. The proposed warehouse lot number 93, number 40 Hazelmere Circus, Hazelmere, DA 538-23 on page 186, and proposed motion by Councillor Howlett. Thank you, Councillor Howlett.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's a long one, so sorry, guys. So my motion is that the Council resolve to approve the application for a warehouse at lot 93, number 40, Hazelmere Circus, Hazelmere, subject to the following conditions. The approved development must comply in all respects with the attached approved plans as dated, marked and stamped, together with any requirements and annotations detailed thereon by the City of Swan. The plans approved as part of this application form part of the development approval issued. 2. The approval is for a warehouse as defined under the City of Swan's local planning scheme number 17, and the subject land may not be used for any other use without the prior approval of the City of Swan. 3. All building works to be carried out under this development approval are required to be contained within the boundaries of the subject lots. 4. Prior to occupation or use of the development, 46 vehicle parking bays must be provided on the lot in accordance with the approved plans. The design of the vehicle parking and access must comply with ASNZ 2890.1 as amended. Accessible parking bays must comply with ASNZ 2890.6 as amended. 5. Vehicle parking, access and circulation areas must be sealed, curbed, drained and maintained to the satisfaction of the City of Swan in accordance with the approved plans. 6. Prior to occupation or use of the development, the applicant owner is to undertake to the specifications of the City of Swan the widening of the Hazelmere Circus carriageway to a width of 7.4 metres. 7. The development shall be connected to reticulated sewer or otherwise provided with an off-site effluent disposal system approved by the Department of Health to accommodate a daily volume of wastewater not exceeding 540 litres per 2,000 metres squared of site area. 8. Stormwater is to be contained on site to the satisfaction of the City of Swan. 9. Prior to a building permit being issued, detailed stormwater management plans, generally in accordance with the approved site plans for on-site drainage, including details and calculations, must be submitted for approval by the City of Swan and thereafter implemented, constructed and maintained on site to the satisfaction of the City of Swan. 10. No fluid other than uncontaminated stormwater is to enter any stormwater drain without prior approval from the City of Swan and the Environmental Protection Authority. 11. Prior to a building permit being issued, a detailed landscaping and reticulation plan for the subject site and/or road verges must be submitted to and approved to the satisfaction of the City of Swan and must include the following. A. The location, number and type of proposed trees and shrubs, including planter and/or tree pit sizes and planting density. B. Any lawns to be established. C. Any existing vegetation and/or landscaped areas to be retained. D. Any verge treatments. E. Evidence that the proposed landscaping will not, at maturity, negatively impact the development and adjoining properties. 12. All landscaping must be fully implemented within the first available planting season after the initial occupation of the development and maintained thereafter to the satisfaction of the City of Swan. 13. Refuse bin areas adequate to service the development must be provided to the satisfaction of the City of Swan prior to occupation or use of development. 14. Washdown bays where petrol, other hydrocarbons or similar matter is likely to be discharged must be constructed in accordance with the Water Corporation guidelines. In particular, bays should be bunded and graded to trap all waste, which then passes through an approved petrol and oil separator before being discharged into sewer. External washdown bays greater than 20 square metres are to be roofed. 15. All fuels, oils and other liquids shall be appropriately stored within a bunded and covered area capable of trapping all waste. 16. Where sewer is not available, treated liquid waste shall be disposed of on site in a manner outlined in the Department of Water's Water Quality Protection Note WQPN 68 Mechanical Equipment Washdown dated March 2006. 17. All crossovers must be built and maintained in accordance with the City of Swan specifications. 18. External lighting shall comply with the requirements of AS 4282 control of obtrusive effects of outdoor lighting. 19. External illumination shall not flash or pulsate to the satisfaction of the City of Swan. 20. This approval does not constitute approval for signage on the premise. 21. No bunting is to be erected on the site, including streamers, streamer strips, banner strips, or decorations of a similar kind. 22. The noise generated by activities on site, including machinery, motors or vehicles, is not to exceed the levels as set out under the Environmental Protection Noise Regulations 1997. Noisy construction works outside the period 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday to Saturday and at any time on Sundays and public holidays is not permitted unless a noise management plan for the construction site has been approved in writing by the City of Swan.
Thank you.
And the reasons for my motion. A warehouse is consistent with the vision and objectives of the HESP and with the points E2, E2.1, B1 and B1.1 of the Strategic Community Plan. The precise alignment of the future north-south road outlined in the HESP is to be determined by a future structure plan. The future north-south road has been in the planning for 13 years and does not have a construction date. The applicant should have the opportunity to develop his land as proposed in the development application and not be refused due to the alignment of a future north-south road with no construction timeline in place. and the future structure plan that will confirm the alignment of the north-south road will be responsive to existing building envelopes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Howlett. Councillor Dawn, would you like to speak to the motion? Okay. Just a moment. Just a moment. Just a moment. Sorry. Who was the seconder? It was Councillor Catalano. My apology. Would you like to speak to the motion? No, I'm seconding.
Yeah, she's seconding. We have
No, I just asked. Sorry. Can I have a seconder, please? That was you, Councillor Catalano. Correct? Okay. Is there anyone against the motion? Councillor Howlett. Councillor Podovnik, do you wish to debate it?
I would be interested to listen to the debate because there's a lot. The officers are recommending it not be approved for a lot of reasons, so I would encourage a debate.
Thank you. Councillor Howlett.
A long way of saying yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you. You'll be pleased to know that my debate in no way is as lengthy as the conditions. So, councillors, the development of Hazelmere as a strategic industrial area was formalised in 2011 with the WAPC approval of the guiding document known as the Hazelmere Area Enterprise Structure Plan, or the HESP for short. Since that time, we've seen a significant continued growth of industry attracted to Hazelmere's large blocks, unique location, including the construction of a number of what can only be described as mega warehouses. The HESP was created to address the concerns of residents at the time, concerns to do with heavy traffic as a result from increased industry. And the proposed north-south road was drafted as part of the solution to mitigate these concerns. However, no timeline has been afforded to the implementation of this north-south road as indicated in the HESP, which has in its design to act as a buffer and interface between the industrial area and the residential area. So I ask you, is it fair to prevent this applicant's opportunity to develop their land and realise their asset through the development of a proposed warehouse for a road that has no due date and whose final alignment is subject to a future approval? Councillors, the application for a warehouse is consistent with the visions and the objectives laid out in the HESP. This landowner has resided on the land on this lot for some 10 years, and this application represents an opportunity for him to realise the maximum value of his asset. In the officer's comment, it states that the approval of this development application may compromise the delivery of a safe and functional north-south road that provides supplementary road access as a backup to the proposed Lloyd Street extension, to the detriment of existing and future businesses in Hazelmere. Councillors, right there is the deviation to the intent of the proposed north-south road in the HESAP. The proposed road is intended to act as a buffer and interface, not as a supplementary road access to the Lloyd Street extension. It is proposed to be a local distributor road for local residential traffic, and any other purpose, including for use by trucks and RAV4s, deviates from the intent and purpose of the road. Tonight we have this development application in front of us to decide on, an application to commercially develop a portion of land in Hazelmere that is consistent with the HESP and will add to the economy of the city. Staff comments relating to the proposed north-south road are in the never. There is no timeline, there is no confirmed alignment. The final alignment of this road will be a decision of council, and I ask you to support this application for my vote, and vote for my alternative motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howlett. Councillor Catalano is the seconder.
Yes, thank you. I have read the Hazelmere Enterprise Area Structure Plan, I'll call it the HESP, and it's pretty clear, in fact it's very clear, that this land that this warehouse is going to go on is in a special use buffer between the core industrial area and existing Hazelmere residential area. Now, page 16 of the HESP, and I quote, suggests a generic buffer distance of 200 metres separation distance between the general industrial and residential uses. The separation distance has been used as a basis for the graduation from general industrial types to light industrial land uses. Page 20 of the HESP, create land use interface that safeguards the quality of life for landowners and surrounding residents. Lloyd Street extension is critical to managing traffic and to ensure the orderly and proper planning of the area. Now, heavy industrial traffic is supposed to travel from the industrial core onto Lloyd Street and down to the Great Eastern Highway bypass. It is not meant to be in this buffer zone. The special use buffer mitigates the harmful effect of industrial uses by keeping heavy industrial uses out of the buffer, including heavy industrial RAV traffic. And they're the huge articulated lorries. The structure plan does not envisage heavy industrial RAV trucks servicing the heavy industry in the special use buffer. Page 21, industrial traffic will be a concern for existing residential. Creation of new roads designed for industrial traffic to divert industrial traffic south to the Great Eastern Highway bypass and east to Roe Highway. Discouraging the use of local roads through Hazelmere and Woodbridge residential areas and Midland Town Centre. This proposal for a warehouse can be approved tonight because it is a use that is permitted within this special use buffer. And the north-south road can also be built because it is supposed to be a local road, not a RAV road. And both of those uses can coexist on this lot ultimately according to the HESP, according to the structure plan. So the report says vehicles associated with the warehouse will not travel into the residential area and that the warehouse has a 20-metre setback with vegetation that doesn't impede solar access to the residential area. I would like to see the retention of far more mature trees on the lot. There's some mention of it in the proponent's report, but I think it's very important that mature trees are retained for habitat, for biodiversity, and also because we need those cooling effects of those mature trees that are in that area. Now, so page 28 of the HESP, the impact of industrial traffic and operation of the enterprise area on surrounding residential areas and Midland Town Centre must also be carefully managed. That means that RAV road cannot coexist with this structure plan. It is not in the structure plan. It is as simple as that.
Madam Mayor, I think time's expired.
Thank you very much, Councillor Miles. Thank you, Councillor Catalano. Now I'd ask if there's anyone against the motion. Councillor Budovnik.
Just briefly, Councillor Catalano tonight talked a lot about forward planning, and I just think this is a really good example of that. This has been to SAT, and the officer's recommendations, the officer's comment here, both in the supplementary agenda and also in the report to council, is quite extensive. And it's clear that it goes against the Hazelmere Enterprise Area Structure Plan, and there's a lot of issues with it. So I can't support it, and I will be supporting the officer's recommendation.
Foreshadowing it. Thank
Foreshadowing,
you.
sorry.
That's all right. Is anyone for the motion? Does anyone like to speak for the motion? Is there anyone against the motion? Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, thank you. Look, councillors, we've heard quite a bit tonight about the Hazelmere Enterprise Area Structure Plan and also the north-south road. But it's not a case of either the warehouse or the north-south road. These are two separate and independent things. It is a fact that if you put the warehouse there, it would probably stop the north-south road. But I think what we are considering tonight is the warehouse. Councillors, can I ask you to turn to page 196 and 197 of the agenda? So these are two facing pages. What you'll see if you look on page 197 is Mary Street, and you'll see family homes there, sort of 2, 3, 4, 5, 11, 9, 10, 7. And if you look to the left at page 196, you'll see what's currently on the site is stables, brick and with a tin roof, house, brick and tile approximately, and a shed. So basically it's rural residential. councillors, we're not going to keep it as rural residential, but I think we can do better than this warehouse. If you look back at page 197, what you'll see there is that there are 2 bays, exit and entrance bays to that warehouse that are directly behind houses 2, 3, 4 and 5, only 20 metres away. The shed is 8 metres high. If you briefly look at page 201, you'll see what the west elevation looks like there. It's not going to be very nice to be living 20 metres away from that. And there will be trucks reversing in and out, presumably, potentially at all hours of the day and night. If you turn to page 13 of the order paper, you'll see that under the officer's comment, it says that the concerns were that heavy vehicle traffic will be generated through the residential area to the west, and that industrial buildings erected directly behind and adjacent to family homes on Mary Street will negatively impact the amenity those residents enjoy. And then a little bit further down it says the location of the warehouse, third bullet, the location of the warehouse to the western side of the lot as proposed in the application goes against the framework of planning applicable to Hazelmere and fails to provide a suitable interface to the adjoining residential lots along Mary Street, likely to the detriment and amenity of those lots. Those are family homes, councillors, that people have been living in for many years. One of the big challenges here with the expansion of the Hazelmere industrial area is to retain the amenity of the existing family homes. So, councillors, that's why I cannot support this. I need to consider the people living in those homes. I don't like the road either, but I don't believe in causing a detriment to those family homes in order to prevent another detriment. We're going to find another way forward. So I'm opposed to the alternate motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Is there anyone for the motion who'd like to speak that hasn't spoken?
Questions?
Question, Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor and Councillor Howlett, sorry, I'm having one of those nights. Motion point 6, prior to the occupation of the youth development applicant is to undertake the specifications of the City Swan, the widening of Hazelmere Circus carriageway to a width of 7.4 metres. Can I ask a couple of questions about that? What's the length of the Hazelmere Circus at the moment, and what's the width of the carriageway at the moment, please?
Thank you. Through you, Mr van der Lind.
Roughly will be fine.
Madam Mayor, from the plans, it's the only distance that's shown is the length of Hazelmere Circus at the boundary of the property is 85 metres. So if you extend that past the next property, that makes it about 160 metres from the next intersection. So that gives an indication of the length of the road, and the width of the road is 6 metres.
Thank you. Further question?
And Madam Mayor, to extend a 6 metre wide, 160 metre long road, another 1.4 metres, what would be the rough costs of that? Just a ballpark figure, please.
Through you, Mr Coaten, if you can.
I wouldn't want to quote a figure because I have been in that situation before and people have come back and said Jim Coaten said it would cost this much, so I don't have that information to hand.
Would we be talking millions, hundreds of thousands, tens of dollars? You know,
I'll ask if Mr Coaten's able to answer that.
I've answered that question.
Okay, you're happy not to. Thank you very much. Councillor Bowman, is there a further question?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, the road, well, let's start with another question. We'll go with the easy one. Am I understanding correctly that there was a solution? The solution was move the whole development to the east, and it still could incorporate the road. Was that correct?
Through you, Mr van der Lind.
Madam Mayor, through you, I think Mr Russell can provide more details, but my understanding is that staff had those discussions with the proponent and specifically asked about the possibility of moving the warehouse further to the east so that there's space to get the road through in future, and that the proponents have come back and said that they're not willing to negotiate in that regard, and that actually affected the request to bring it to council. That and the fact that there's a non-decision and with there's a non-decision within the 90 days was created by that discussion. So Phil may have more detail on that.
And so then, Madam Mayor, just probably to add on to that question, the officer's comments, the way I read it, indicate that the proposal may, and I don't like the word may because may is, I'm not sure if it's yes or a no, compromise the delivery of the north-south road. Do staff have any further details available to us as the likelihood? Can we go from a may to a will or a won't?
Through you, Mr Russell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I've discussed at length with City staff this morning in relation to that, and I have to thank Mr Coates' staff for their attention to the urgency of the matter to present the best information to Council this evening. It is doable to realign this north-south road east of the proposed location of the warehouse. To do so, however, will require or affect more land, both of the proponents and the adjoining lot owner. And conservatively, we've estimated in the order of about an extra $1 million. So whilst Mr Coates, I can understand the prudency in not providing that, I've got those figures conservatively from staff, and about an extra $1 million in land, because moving this road alignment further east constrains the land that will end up being on the eastern side of the road. It pinches it and renders much of that unsuitable for this type of light industrial development. So the alignment that we have is preferable both for a cost-effective design for the delivery of the road. It is also preferable for the development of the eastern part, ultimately, of the landowner's land.
And sorry, with your indulgence, Madam Mayor, a final question. The ballpark $1 million figure, I'll use that Mr Coates didn't want to give us, but Mr Russell did. Are we able to put that as a condition that the applicant is required to pay that as part of Councillor Howarth's motion?
Through you, Mr Russell.
A couple of things, Madam Mayor, with your indulgence. Let me qualify. I only ventured the figure of $1 million because I was prepared and had the time that Mr Coates didn't have to ask best estimate from staff, and I'll say that as a ballpark figure, okay, on the low side. Secondly, no. We can't simply say, as a result of us having to move the road, that the applicant pays the $1 million. If we're going to take land to put this north-south road in, then we will need to negotiate with the owners and every other owner for the acquisition of the land, or ultimately take it by compulsory acquisition. We will need to pay them. That's how it works, not the reverse.
So, sorry, Madam Mayor, I've got one more question because of that
That's the
response.
final question. Thank you, Councillor Bowman.
Because we can't put it as a condition, am I correct that if this was approved as per Councillor Howarth's motion, that when we want to do that road, the ratepayers would have to fund that additional cost?
Through Madam Mayor, as succinct as I can be, absolutely. If a road design costs more money, we have to pay for it. Whether that's from the ratepayers, the state government, the federal government, or whomever, we'll have to fund it.
Thank you very much, Mr Russell. Question, Councillor Knight.
Just an amendment, if I may, please.
Amendment, what's your amendment?
The mover and the seconder.
The mover, do we have a mover?
It'll probably slot in on 11C, and it should read, any existing vegetation and or landscaped areas to be retained, including the native trees between the warehouse and western boundary along the length of the western boundary.
Councillor Howlett, is that acceptable? Do you want to have a minute?
I'll just wait till I can read it, thanks.
Is that correct, Councillor Knight, on the screen? Not yet.
Some of it's there.
Would you like to just go through that slowly again?
Okay. Any existing vegetation, landscape areas to be retained, and mature native trees. Sorry, I left out the mature native trees.
Yep.
Between the warehouse
Was that behind or between?
On the west, yeah, between the western.
Yep.
And along the length of the western boundary and the building, warehouse. Thank you.
So is that correct? You're happy with that?
Yeah, I'm happy with that. Thank you.
Is that acceptable to you, Councillor Howlett? Have you take a minute?
Yes, thank you. That's acceptable.
Thank you.
Question?
Councillor Henderson.
I believe the western boundary would be the left-hand side of the page. I'm not quite sure where north is, but I think that's where it is. There's trees shown in the proposed car park area that have just been negated by that amendment. So I just want to be clear
Okay.
where they stand in respect of their car parking.
Councillor Knight, can you see where Councillor Henderson's talking about on page?
Yes, I can see
197?
that. I just, maybe that can be accommodated. The trees can be accommodated in the car park. It's not a huge deal, sure.
Are you happy with that wording, Councillor Howlett?
Yes, I'm happy.
Madam Mayor, point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Bowman.
My understanding is the mover and seconder can't agree to it. There has to be a formal amendment because
Thank
there's
you.
already a councillor that's spoken, which was Councillor Podolny. It's not fair to her that she will not be able to speak against this if she
No
wishes
problem.
to do
Thank
so.
you. Okay, so move back to.
So it depends now, if we've got an amendment to the motion, we'd need to debate the amendment.
Okay, so is anyone
We're going to debate the amendment.
want to go for or against? We'll do a seconder for the amendment. Councillor Dawn.
Councillor Dawn, yep, haven't seconded the main one.
Yep.
So that's fine.
Okay. So it was your amendment, Councillor Knight. Would you like to speak to that?
I don't think.
Okay, is there anyone against the motion?
Anyone's against the amendment?
Amendment. Councillor Henderson. Sorry, you're against the amendment? Okay.
You wish to debate it?
Do you wish to debate it? Okay. Councillor Henderson? No, it goes back to Councillor Knight.
No, I mean, I've got nothing to say about it really. I mean, we need to protect our trees and I think it's all been said. We talked a lot about trees tonight, so we should try and protect these and incorporate in any future plan.
Councillor Dawn as the seconder. Do you have anything to add?
No, I agree with Councillor Knight. I think that we should try to retain as many mature trees as possible under any circumstances when it comes to development. So I think enough's been said on that as well.
Is there anyone against? Councillor Henderson?
Okay, to be brief, councillors, I attended this site with Councillor Catalano and Howlett, and there was much discussion about the trees on the site and about how they needed to be retained for future generations. The point I make is that the proposal we have here is not practical. It simply is not practical. The density of those trees along that western side do not allow for the parking requirements as depicted on the plan. So it simply doesn't work. And so I think that becomes a necessary part of the development to have the parking. It negates the application. So I cannot see how that amendment can work.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Does anyone like to speak for the amendment? Councillor Catalano?
Yes, thank you. Well, I mean, car parks with trees are great things, and I suggest that you know, the trees can be incorporated into the car park, just like Councillor.
Point of order.
No, just one moment, Councillor Catalano. If you could resume your seat, Councillor Henderson. Point of order.
The discussion is not correct because they're shown on the plans that they are on the car park.
Thank you, Councillor. One moment. Councillor Henderson. Will you
I'm
just
simply
repeat that
saying
again?
that the point of that was being discussed was that they can be worked around, but they're on the actual car park.
Thank you, Councillor Catalano.
Thank you. The other thing about the trees along the western boundary is they create a great buffer to the residential area on that western side. So I think it would be really, it'd be it'd mitigate some of the concerns that Councillor Johnson raised about the amenity of the residential area and the people living in that existing residential area. Because a warehouse, it can be approved in there. I mean, it is light industrial. Light industrial is available in that area, in the buffer area. So this is pretty much where I was going with the economic strategy right at the very beginning. We start thinking about how we bring together environment and economic development, and the two can coexist. And this is an example of how we should be starting to think, because we've just got treeless, absolute treeless horizon there in Hazelmere. It's really horrible. And in fact, it could have been so much better. Those mature trees are really important for everybody, you know, and they'll be a great asset. And I do think they will be a great asset for the developers in the future. So, you know, it'll be a great place to work. It'll be a great opportunity for the developer to coexist with the residential community there. And I think it's a great example of how this council can do things so much better, because to continue with the way we've been going is actually disastrous, absolutely disastrous for our population going into the future. It's frightening. So please support this amendment.
Thank you,
Question.
Councillor Thank you, Councillor Catalano. Question, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, my question, Madam Mayor, through you to the planning staff, is referring to page 197 and looking at the vegetation to be removed symbol. I noticed the vegetation to be removed symbols are directly in front of the two doors on the western side of the warehouse. Is that correct, planning staff?
Through you, Mr. Russell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, on that plan there, all of the conceptual representations of trees that are orange are to be removed, and it's the trees that are kept green that are to be retained. So basically all of the trees on what would be the western side of the warehouse building, where the parking adjoins it, are indicated to be removed.
So therefore, we wouldn't be getting any trucks going in and out of those two large truck doorways there. Well, assuming the trees are still there, then the effect of the amendment is to prevent the use of those doors, which would. I'm trying to ask a question here without making a statement. So that would prevent the use of those doorways. Yeah, and I guess that would be to the benefit of the amenity. Or may I ask, would that be to the benefit of the amenity of the residential homes to the west?
Just let him answer that. Through you, Mr. Russell.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, can I have the question again?
Yeah, I'll put it differently. So if there are no trucks going in and out through the western doorway, then that would improve the amenity or have less of a detrimental impact on the amenity of the houses to the west on Mary Street.
Would that, is your question?
Yeah, that's the question. Something like that.
Making a question.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I think we could say it doesn't take a mastery of rocket science to it. Absolutely, that's a very common sense, good point. If you're trying to ensure that this warehouse, as cited, minimises as far as possible the adverse impact of its operations and physical features on the adjoining residential lots to the west, then removing through traffic from that side would be a bonus, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Russell. I'll ask, is there anyone against the amendment that hasn't spoken? Is anyone against the amendment? No, does anyone like to speak for the amendment?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, I think the amendment is a really excellent idea, because by retaining the trees, it means that the doors to the west are not going to be used. Trucks can still get in and out of the warehouse through the north and the eastern side, and we will also have an environmental buffer between the. Yeah, between the houses. So, Councillor, point of order, Madam Mayor. I've got
Point of order,
competition. I'm
Councillor
speaking.
Bowman. Sorry, Councillor Deputy Mayor.
Yeah.
You've got
Thank
opposition.
you, Councillor. Yeah.
The councillors could just please stop the conversations between each other just so that the speaker can finish. Thank you.
So I think we all recognise that we need to maintain residential amenity. We have existing houses here. Hazelmere is currently rural residential. This would retain sufficient trees to provide a buffer, to provide retention of the natural environment and to allow the economic development of the warehouse. So I think this is an excellent amendment and is to be commended. Thank you.
Thank you. I asked last time, is there anyone for the amendment or against the amendment who hasn't spoken? Councillor Bowman.
Question.
Question.
So if this amendment goes through and the motion gets moved, they're going to have a driveway with a big tree in it. Is that the basis of it?
Madam Mayor, through you, as the motion now stands, it proposes to approve the development application as is shown on page 197. That includes doors that facilitates access to the west. Then the addition to the motion is to keep the trees there. So when you have the trees there and the doors, they are incompatible. So it's impossible. It's an impossible situation that your motion creates. If you want to keep the trees, the only way you can keep the trees is to request that the warehouse be redesigned and relocated. Otherwise, it's not compatible with your proposal.
Thank you, Mr. van der Linden. I'll ask for the last time, is there anyone against the amendment? One moment. I've got two people. Question, Councillor Catalano.
Can this be approved tonight and a redesign come back to council with an amended redesign come back to council, or go back to the SAT with an amended redesign?
Through you, Mr. van der Linden.
Madam Mayor, if there's a motion by council to not support the design as it is, but to request a redesign to reflect certain things, that will be possible. That is not what is in front of council at the moment.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bowman, you had a question? No, no questions? I'll ask again. Is there anyone for the amendment that hasn't spoken? Question, Councillor Henderson.
I'm sorry, Mayor. The motion, as I read it, Part C, says any existing vegetation and or landscape areas to be retained. So can I be clear that there's all those orange trees? Is the warehouse going to have trees growing up through the roof or what?
Through you, Mr. van der Linden, if you could provide some clarity, please. Rises quite slowly.
Madam Mayor,
Just a moment,
if I
councillors.
read the wording,
Councillors.
that is not clear, but if I listen to the discussion, I think the intention was to retain the trees to the west, between the warehouse and the western boundary. That was what the discussion was
amendment.
about.
Right. Okay. Are there any other questions to staff? We're good? Councillor Howlett.
Just briefly, is there an indicative construction date for the north-south road?
Point of order, Madam Mayor, not relevant to the amendment before us.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Councillor Howlett, I will allow that question to Mr. van der Linden. Oh, sorry, to Mr. Coaten, thank you.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. Councillors will be aware there is money on next year's draft budget to commence the land negotiations on that item. So it is intended that planning and design will commence in the next financial year, with construction to follow in 25-26 and perhaps carry into 26-27.
Thank you, Mr. Coaten. Are there any further questions, councillors, to staff? Only on the amendment. If not, we would like to close the debate. Councillor Knight, your right of reply, please.
I think we can just put it to the vote, please, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Knight. All those in favour of the amendment, Councillor Knight's amendment, please raise your hand. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Dawn, Councillor Miles, Councillor Knight and Councillor Howlett, and all those against. Councillor Singh, Councillor Aringo, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Jones, Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Podovnik, and myself. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's 9.
The amendment's lost.
Lost.
We're back to the substantive motion now.
Thank you.
Any further debate, Madam Chair, on the
Right.
substantive debate?
Back to the substantive motion. Is there anyone for or against the motion just to continue to speak that hasn't already spoken? No? Well, that was easy, wasn't it? Councillor Howlett, you're right to reply.
Thank you, keeping it nice and brief. Councillors, the road and the warehouse can coexist, and the alignment of the local road designed for local traffic can be designed to accommodate the building envelope of this warehouse if it's given approval. It's been a long time coming, this north-south road, so the urgency is perhaps not that great, but with a start date for design in the 25-26 and 26-27 budget for possible construction, it does align itself perfectly with this warehouse. We could actually end up with a nice big win-win out of it all. I do want to mention that the substantive motion with regards to the conditions were provided to me by staff, so any confusion that we have on there, I do apologise for, in particular the retention of the vegetation, as Councillor Henderson pointed out. However, I think it says to the satisfaction of staff. Obviously, we'll be mindful of trees not being able to grow through roofs of buildings. So please support my motion, and let's this applicant get on with maximising his opportunity, and then we can build a great local road to service the local community of Hazelmere and create that wonderful buffer between industry and residential. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howlett. We'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? Councillor Catalano, Councillor Dawn, Councillor Singh, Councillor Knight and Councillor Howlett. Although those against? Deputy Mayor, Councillor Ringo, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Jones, Councillor McCulloch. Is that Councillor Miles? Councillor Miles, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Podovnik and myself. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Motion is lost 5-10.
Foreshadowed motion is Councillor Podovnik.
Now, Councillor Podovnik, you foreshadow the officer's recommendation. Seconder. Councillor Johnson. Oh, sorry, Deputy Mayor Johnson. Thank you. Thank you. Is there anyone against? Councillor Catalano, do you wish to debate it? No. So we'll just. Does anyone else wish to speak? We'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? So, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Singh, Councillor Ringo, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Jones, Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Miles, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Podovnik and myself. And those against, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Dawn, Councillor Knight and Councillor Howlett. And that's carried 11-4. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank everyone for coming tonight, those that are in the gallery or those that are heading home. And just to let those at home know that we are going to break for a 10-minute recession quickly, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. And I think we have a further 9 items to debate. Thank you. Question. We off. Thank you, councillors and staff. We resume the meeting at 8:35 and we move on to motions of which previous notice have been given. 15.1, Councillor Prodovnik, revocation motion, and Councillor Knight proposed introduction of vacant land rating categories in 2024-25, and that's on page 323, and I can see you're ready to go. Councillor Prodovnik.
So the council resolved to revoke the decision of council made at the 14th of February 2024 ordinary meeting of council on item 15.4. Councillor Knight proposed introduction of vacant land rating categories in 24-25, where council resolved to 1. Progress the introduction of the vacant land, residential, commercial and minimal rate categories as part of the city's 2024-25 annual budget process. As part of the rates modelling, establish the proposed rate in the dollar for vacant land rating categories at a rate that is 30% higher than for improved land. 3. Increase the allocation in the annual draft budget for the city's street tree program by the sum of the additional revenue raised from this measure for every financial year thereafter. And the reason for the motion is 1. Council rejected introducing new rating categories for vacant land in March last year because 1. There had been no public consultation. 2. It was viewed as an unnecessary burden on owners that already paid land tax on top of their existing vacant land rates. In 2024, there has still been no public consultation on this proposal. 2. Affected ratepayers should be given the opportunity to provide feedback on this issue, particularly if council is considering a 30% rate hike on vacant commercial and residential blocks. 3. When the city considered a move to change rates from UV to GRV on affected property owners in 2017, they were all sent letters and given an opportunity to comment about their land use before this initiative came to council. 4. There was no proper research, investigation or information gathered about these vacant blocks from property owners for council to consider in a briefing. 5. There was no financial modelling done to justify why their rates should be raised by 30%. 6. We don't need to raise rates by 30% to plant more. This tax is unnecessary and excessive. 7. The intent behind imposing vacant land rating categories is to discourage land banking and support economic growth. But 1. There was no exemptions offered and no distinction made between people holding on to land for decades versus those wanting to build who are being delayed for a few years due to construction market challenges or other circumstances beyond their control. And 2. We need to offer people more protection here.
Thank you very much, Councillor Prodovnik. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Henderson. Is there anyone against? Councillor Miles? Councillor Prodovnik? Thanks. Do you wish to debate it? Yep. Thank you.
Every second counts. Voting in a 30% rate hike with no consultation and no communication with over 4,800 ratepayers that have been singled out and targeted to pay the hike is being viewed as discrimination. People wonder why aren't we asking all ratepayers to contribute to a tree planting levy? They ask if this motion to raise revenue for tree planting really is for the greater good, as was mentioned in the debate in February. Why aren't all ratepayers being asked to contribute? People are also confused about what the 30% rate rise seeks to achieve. The housing crisis was the reason given for the increase, but the extra money is being used for more tree canopy. If the housing crisis really is the reason for the increase, how does a 30% rate rise applied to commercial land relieve the housing crisis when you can't build homes on commercial land? The motion we are trying to revoke tonight has been described by James Pollard in his email to councillors as, I quote, just a thought bubble with serious consequences for a particular class of ratepayer. Tonight, we have an opportunity to do better than this. Publicly advertising about rates more generally is not the same as contacting affected ratepayers by emails and a letter to get their feedback. We can and should do this. Unfortunately, in the absence of real consultation, we are left only to speculate about what exemptions we think people need. In her email to councillors, Michelle from Midland asked, does this mean the city is also going to penalise those who are using their vacant land to grow food, as is being done on Morrison Road near Gilbert's Fresh? If it's being used for a purpose, such as a garden, is it considered vacant? Kathy from Caversham emailed council about her unique situation that delayed her family from building their dream home. She wants an exemption for those who want to build but can demonstrate they have to wait because of circumstances beyond their control.
How many other families are out there like Kathy's? Well thought out exemptions can only come from consultation with people and allowing their voices to be heard, and we haven't done that. In a deputation against the revocation motion last week, it was argued if people don't develop their land, they should sell it to others, that this will free up land for the next generation of young first home buyers and help them get in the property market. But many first young home buyers need their families to help them get in the property market. In his letter to all councillors, Dennis Yagmich, who has been an accountant in Midland for 46 years, asked us to look at families because many of his clients are. He said many vacant blocks of land are being held by parents for their children to give them a head start. There are many cultures in the city of Swan that do that, and a 30% rate rise will not encourage them to build on land they are holding on to help their children get a head start, because many of them can't afford to build. And for these parents, it's not about building, it's about helping their children. Hiking the rates up by 30% and then asking people what they think about it shortly before the rates notices go out.
Thank you, Councillor Prodovnik. That's your 3 minutes.
Can I ask an extension of time? Just
Extension?
2 sentences. One extension?
So we have a seconder, Councillor Howlett.
It'll be
Is there
really
anyone
quick.
against?
2.
Do you wish to debate it?
No, you don't.
Oh, don't debate it, Councillor.
Procedural goes straight to
Can I?
the,
Okay.
all those in favour?
All those in favour?
2 sentences.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11. Against? That might be your
And those against? Deputy Mayor, Councillor Catalano,
3 and
Councillor Dawn, Councillor Knight. So 11-4 carried, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. And I'll just repeat, for those parents, it's not about building, it's about helping their children. We should support these families and recognise their strategy as another way of helping young people get into the housing market. Hiking the rates up by 30% and then asking people what they think about it shortly before the rates notices goes out leaves no time to really dive into important detail. Take this back to a briefing, let's truly consult with people and make sure a fair and proper process takes place. Please support this revocation motion.
Thank you very much. I have a seconder. It was Councillor Henderson, if you wish to speak.
Thank you, Mayor. This is an all-encompassing motion to be mixed in with community consultation for this year's budget. In doing so, the new tax will form a significant amount in the budget, and if objections during the consultation period were upheld, it would raise the rates further. As a result, objections may well end up being ignored to limit the impact on any rates rise. Consideration of the unintended consequences have not been thought through. Proper consultation free of other influencing factors is required. The new 30% tax increase fails from a business perspective. Developers will pick up the tab for most of this as they have a long land holding period due to bureaucracy, available labour force, materials availability, etc. The average selling time of a new development area is years until it's sold out. So in the meantime, they're paying tax. In the meantime, an annual council tax would be applied in each addition to state land tax. This increase the holding cost of each block, and the cost will be borne by the buyer. So young families saving to buy a block will have to have another hurdle, raising enough money to buy a block, and may well find themselves paying more in following years should their dream home be delayed by beyond 2 years. A question for the original motion needs to be answered. The 30% increased tax raised for this year may be used to plant more trees, but there is no surety that additional funds can be locked into future budgets. How does this 30% tax increase fix the state government's failure to ensure adequate housing for those who need it? It has not been demonstrated that the new tax has a direct nexus to improve vacant land. Councillors have a responsibility to be honest with voters. An example of the last election from Councillor Ian Johnson, detailed statement quotes, "Since 2015 I've voted and advocated for 0% rate rises and will continue to do so." And another public document, the Mayor spoke of to lead the council away from placing extra fees on ratepayers, and there are others. I urge Council to support Councillor Predovnik's motion, and if Council wishes to increase taxes in this way, then progress it through a proper and due process, engaging with the community to seek their opinion rather than through a flawed argument lumped in with the budget documents. Ratepayers and developers expect better than a cash grab of this nature. Please support Councillor Predovnik's motion.
Thank you. Is there anyone against the motion? Councillor Miles.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, I believe there continues to be some confusion about the previous decision of Council that's proposed to be revoked. As mentioned in the officer's comment, and I quote, "The Council decision of February 2024 did not formally impose a differential rate on vacant land." Now, Councillor Knight's motion simply set the ball rolling on a proposed measure that's been adopted by many similar local governments, and their proposed vacant land rating is actually higher than ours. And now, in relation to Councillor Predovnik's reasons for revocation, in particular the lack of community consultation, staff have also outlined that the city is still obliged to prepare a draft budget and also advertise the objects and reasons for all category of rates. Now, that's a normal process, and I think that would allow for widespread feedback on that proposal. And then Council will then consider all the community feedback before we do make any changes. Councillors, the motion previously approved by this Council seeks to support the development of housing on vacant land in our established suburbs and also improve our urban tree canopy, which is currently abysmal. The lack of urban canopy, particularly in the city's newer suburbs that many of us represent, allows for a more intense urban heat island effect that's not good enough for the health of our community. We're in the middle of a housing crisis and deep into a climate crisis, both issues that the people of Swan are deeply affected by, and this will continue to affect them without further action. The revocation motion is another delay on action that our residents and ratepayers deserve and have asked for. The majority of residents and ratepayers will benefit from this proposal. If we revoke it, that means more vacant land blighting our streets, less investment in our communities, less homes where they're needed in our great city. So I encourage councillors to oppose the revocation motion so we can actually give the community the option to provide feedback before the change is even adopted. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miles. Is there anyone for the motion? Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm against the implementation of a proposed I've got it twice here, of vacant land rating for many reasons. However, 3 minutes will only give me a time to raise a few. Firstly, we are constantly criticised for not consulting with the community before making changes that affect our ratepayers, yet here we go again. This motion will raise revenue, sure. However, it will unfairly affect 30% of our hard-working, diligent ratepayers who have invested in land for various reasons. For example, family, children to build on later, as an investment for superannuation purposes, gathering small pieces of land for a large new development. Not everyone with vacant land can afford to build on it or develop in this climate either. There are many factors affecting building, which increases the cost of building dramatically. We don't have enough tradespeople to carry out the jobs, as many are chasing bigger money in areas affected by natural disasters or on the mines. Building materials are scarce. It's only in the past few years where the governments are now encouraging more kids to take up trades. Housing shortages will not be fixed by charging rates on vacant land. Both state and federal governments have been caught on the back foot with a major shortage of public housing. Take a look at the very large, fully kitted out 500-bed Resilience Centre in Bullsbrook, lying empty since COVID. I proposed a motion in council years ago that we write to the state government asking if it could be used for housing for parents with children living in cars. The answer was no. So let's not punish our ratepayers to fix the problem. I've also got a quote here from Carlo Alloy, who's a long-term resident of the City of Swan and developed many projects. And former councillor. I've lived in the City of Swan, this is the quote, all my life and have been in the construction and development industry for more than 50 years. I see this sort of penalty rate not achieving any practical outcome. It would be the same as if you applied the same reasoning to rural zones and tried to force landowners to plant crops that are unviable. This would be an unthinkable situation. This rate idea is simply draconian. End of quote. Councillors, Councillor Knight's motion does not have anything in it to allow consultation changes. I urge you to vote in favour of the revocation motion. We're robbing families and discouraging developers to invest in our community if we don't vote for the revocation. Charging a penalty
Thank
rate
you,
on
Councillor
vacant land
Jones.
can
That's
only
your
do harm
3
to our community.
minutes. Is there anyone against the motion? Councillor Knight.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, I'm not asking you tonight not to vote for this motion. I'm begging you not to vote for it because it's such a backward, retrograde step. All it will do is maintain the status quo. Don't we want the city to flourish and prosper? The original motion, which I stand by 100%, will help us do that. It will encourage investment. And if the motion works as it should, these blocks will be developed, which will give people homes. It will increase economic activity and provide a sense of security and community for those properties that live adjacent to these vacant blocks, as we heard in last week's deputation. Most importantly for the city, it will increase the rate space, maybe tenfold if multiple dwellings go onto a vacant block. We're constantly in a rates deficit in the city. And if the motion doesn't work as intended, then we have a consolation prize where we have more money to spend on trees. So it's a win-win for everyone. It's for the greater good. The city has identified nearly 5,000 blocks of land that are vacant. I imagine a large number of these will be exempt from any increase from this proposal, which has been highlighted by the city in the officer's comments, which, by the way, is pretty convincing, pretty comprehensive and compelling. There's going to be consultation. There will be loads of exemptions. And I really thank the city for doing this work because it takes out the speculation and the rumours and gives us the facts. This has now been in the public domain for the last 2 months, and how many emails have we had? 4. And none from any, I've only received 4. And I haven't seen any from from someone who's affected by this. It's just been from people that want to
Point of order.
Councillor Knight, if you could just resume your seat, please, for a minute. Councillor Budovnik, your point of order.
That's not true. I've quoted.
Can you quote the part of Councillor Knight's
It's not accurate. It's not factual.
Which
there have been ratepayers that have contacted us. Michelle Zimmel and Kathy from Caversham are 2 I can think of off the top of my head.
Okay.
Carlisle.
So, Councillor Knight, who did you say had?
I'm just not sure that the people that are affected by this, people that own land, there's been people that have complained about it and ranted about it, but I don't know if they actually are directly affected. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Through you, Madam Mayor, Kathy from
Councillor
Caversham.
Budovnik, we can't make that assumption they are or aren't affected by that. So, okay, thank you. Councillor Knight, if you'd like to resume it, please.
Okay.
Just take that on board.
Look, okay, so we've had 4 emails and there's potentially nearly 5,000 affected people. It's after 2 months, I mean, it's a non-event. And I think that the community want it and the people that are affected by it don't really care about it. It's a storm in a teacup. So the community wants action, wants these blocks built, and they want tree-lined streets. The original motion gives us both, so please don't support this motion of revocation. Let's stick with the original and try and help future generations.
Thank you, Councillor Knight. That's your 3 minutes. Is there anyone for the motion? Councillor Ringo.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, this motion should not have been linked to the trees. The city's fund allocation for planting trees is 2.2 million a year and 1.2 on the draft budget. What we should be looking at is maintenance of trees. We're all familiar with Hepburn Avenue in here and what's happened to those trees on those Hepburn Ave. Most have died in the heat. If increasing our tree canopy is the main focus of this motion, yes, Councillor Miles, you can shake your head.
Councillors, I'll just remind you to keep it respectful, please. My apologies, Councillor Ringo. You'd like to continue?
We're all familiar with the trees on Hepburn Avenue. Most have died. If increasing...
Just one moment, Councillor Ringo. What's your point of order, Councillor Howlett? Just to resume your seat for just a moment, thank you.
I travel Hepburn Drive twice a day, 5 days a week, and I can tell you that most of the trees have not died. In fact, I've been in contact with Mr. Coton about trees, and I can assure that they're not most dead.
Thank you. If you'd resume your speech, please, Councillor Ringo. And if there is something that you've observed, then we might need to have some sort of factual backup for that. Thank you.
So, some of them have died in the heat. If increasing our tree canopy is the main focus of this motion, we should be looking at tree survival rates and tree maintenance instead of slugging people with a 30% vacant land hike. I heard Councillor Dave Knight talk about that there's no community members. Not a lot. My apologies. You haven't heard from much community members that are directly affected from this. Councillors, I would like to read for you what I have received directly from constituents. This is from Douglas Fordette. Here we go again. Let's tax everything. Tree planting, an excellent idea. Hardly new, so offer to supply trees to vacant block owners unless they have another plan for their block. Get your constituents to be in the lead on this, not another budget creep from cost. We also got one from Sandra McNally. What's the point of planting more trees if they are not looked after? So many die because they are ignored. The small park in front of me has had so many die because they are not looked after. These are just some of the direct comments I have personally received from residents, and there are so many more. More investigation should be done. For example, tree watering register. We need to have a look at that. What kind of trees are we planting? Perhaps we need to start looking at, are we as a city planting the right species of trees?
Just one moment, Councillor Ringo, if you could just resume your seat. Thank you. Excuse me, Councillor Catalano, what was your point of order?
The strategy for tree planting and tree maintenance is really not that relevant to this discussion. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Ringo. If you just keep it on track, please, in regard to vacant land rating. Thank you.
Councillor Dave Knight spoke about investments. How does this work when we have labour shortages and increased construction costs? Yes, other local governments have done this, but we must look and cater as a city to the kind of residents that we have in the city. I know City of Wanneroo and other large metro local governments have done it, but do they have the same needs that the residents in the city of Swan have? We must cater to that, and we must look at that if we are going to be doing things. Thank you.
Managed to go over 3 minutes, but thank you very much. And I'll ask, is anyone against the motion? Councillor Dawn.
Thank you. Yes, I'm definitely against the motion. I don't think there can never be enough money for tree canopy and to improve on it. It's already factual that there's over 5,000 many homeowners ownership will actually be exempt from this. Over 5,000 vacant land owners. This 30% increase is positively conservative in comparison to other cities. There is a growth suburb of the city of Joondalup. The city of Wanneroo has a 68% increase. That's a growth suburb, and so is the city of Joondalup and the city of Armidale. They're both growth. All of those are growth suburbs, and I think for us to actually move ahead with us, we definitely need to support Councillor Dave Knight's motion and not agree with Councillor Prudovnik.
Thank you. I'll ask if there's anyone for the motion who hasn't already spoken. Councillor Singh.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have nothing much to say. Just we're talking about the developments, and we welcome always to the new residents to the city of Swan. So I think if we rate increase 30% on the vacant lands, everybody have to be afraid and scared to check the rates on the property on the vacant land, and how they are not going to plan to, they are worried about how much time to take for building on the vacant land. And that's point, and that's the reason they have to push behind. The city of Swan has put the obstacles to move in the city of Swan, even the residentials or the commercials. So I'm agree with the Councillor Ringo and Councillor Henderson. That I don't want to repeat that points, but I think this is just a common point. So this one going to affect on the future generation. This is going to affecting on the future developers, and this is who's going to be planning to move in the city of Swan. This is not really good welcomed to come in our city and spend the money on here. This is we're stopping them to coming in our city. That's I can only say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. Is there anyone against the motion? Is there anyone against the motion who hasn't already spoken? Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor, I'm against the revocation motion because I support the original motion of council moved by Councillor Knight. Why did I support it? Councillors, I'm well aware that in Midland and Midvale there are numerous residential streets with empty blocks. Those empty blocks are damaging the amenity of this residential area. Rubbish is dumped on them. There is antisocial behaviour, crime, and I think what we need to be thinking about, councillors, is what can we do to encourage development on those empty blocks in these long-standing residential areas. Putting up the rates on empty blocks that have been empty for quite some time that are in existing residential areas, I think is a really good idea, and as the officer's report has said, this is quite normal in the Perth metropolitan area, and I think it is something essential that we do. Now, I've heard it said that well, we need to invest in empty blocks of land in residential areas for our children. Well, what about the children who live in those streets with all the empty blocks in them that are subject to the antisocial behaviour, rubbish dumping and crime? I think we need to be thinking about those. Councillors, if those people who feel that investing in empty blocks of land in Midland and Midvale is an appropriate way to invest for their children, can I suggest they see a financial advisor, perhaps invest your money in an exchange traded fund that tracks the ASX 100, or in education or something like that. That would be an appropriate way to invest in your children's future. Getting back to these empty blocks of land, I just want to spell out how bad it is. So councillors, if you take a walk around three streets in Midland, Cope Street, Lowton Street and Hooley Road. So number 47 Hooley Road, demolished and vacant since 2015. 58 Lowton Avenue, empty since 2013. 73 Lowton Avenue since 2020. 32 Lowton Avenue since 2015. 20 Lowton Avenue since 2021, only 3 years that one. 5 Cope Street since before 2007. 14 Cope Street, demolished this year. 16 Cope Street, 2016. 43 Cope Street, 2008. 44 Cope Street, 2018. That is just 3 streets, councillors. And are these houses, or these empty blocks, being used to invest in children's future? Well, councillors, it costs $30 a time to find out who owns these properties. You can go to Landgates or public information. I've only got one of them. So if I look at the Hooley Road property, it's owned by Home Life Care Pty Limited. Now, I don't know whether that strikes you as a mum or dad, or is that investing in the future? Maybe it is, I don't know. Maybe it's children's investment.
Thank you,
Councillors,
Deputy Mayor. That's your 3 minutes. We're tough. So I'll just ask, is anyone for the motion who hasn't spoken already? Anyone would like to speak for the motion? Councillor Zanino.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, councillors. In my opinion, this is out of touch with the current economic realities, given labour shortages and supply chain issues. This is a misguided tax without community or business consultation. A proposed policy made without detailed research into impacts and implications. Therefore, we need a report to council and appropriate due process to occur. It's a policy on the run. In the eyes of some of the ratepayers, it is a money grab. There's no need to cause stress and hardship to ratepayers that are already doing it tough. The council should pursue fair policies and provide incentives to develop land rather than punitive policies to punish ratepayers for owning land. I'd like to quote from a letter which was a letter to the editors in the published in the Echo newspaper on the 22nd of March, and this is from a directly affected, and I think all councillors got a letter from Michelle Zimbel. The quote I want to give is, "We are not greedy landholders, banking our land and preventing development. We have the right to buy land for our children's future needs. We have the right to sit tight when market conditions prevent us from developing or selling, and we have the right to invest and hold for the future. The City of Swan does not have the right to trample on our choices." Councillors, investors will simply go elsewhere. We need to value our investors and business people. They are the ones that employ residents and promote confidence in our region. This motion is not creating the greater good for our community, and the attempt to ram through such a poorly conceived policy and duplication is a major detriment to this council and its leadership. It should be noted that some councillors here tonight at the last election ran campaigns on no rate increases. So it would be appropriate for these councillors to provide an explanation of this proposed backflip. I also note that the proponents of this motion have stated that income from the extra rates would be used for tree planting. However, it should be noted that there are programs already in place by the state government under the Urban Green Grants program, funded by the Department of Local Government and the Department of Water and Environmental Regulation. This was reported just last week in the Echo of the 29th of March issue, advising funding of $6 million to planting more than 9,000 trees and close to 30,000 understory species between May and July in 13
Thank you very
local
much, Councillor
authorities.
Zanino. That's your 3 minutes. Okay, Councillor
I only
Henderson,
have two more
just
lines.
2 more lines.
Between May and July 13, in 13 local authorities. Councillors, there is no need to cause stress and hardship to the City of Swan ratepayers by duplicating services and programs already provided by the state government. I urge you to support this rescission motion.
Thank you very much, Councillor Zanino. Right, I'll just ask, are there any other councillors against the motion that haven't already spoken? I haven't checked the list to see who has or hasn't voted yet. Is anyone for the motion? Sorry, that was 4 already with Councillor Zanino. Anyone against the motion? Is anyone for? Councillor Bowman?
I've got some questions of staff.
Question?
And Madam Mayor, hopefully they're just yes, no answers. There's a few, Madam Mayor, so my apologies, but just from what's come up as well. Just want to make sure, if this revocation motion does not get the support it needs, am I correct that this does not result in vacant land rates being adopted as required by legislation to advertise the objects and reasons for all categories of rates, which would include the vacant land rates, and then consider the community and ratepayers' response to these as part of the budget process.
It's quite a long question for staff. Councillor Bowman, I might give them a second just to
I'm happy
take
to
that on
answer
board.
yes.
For you, Mr. CEO.
That's correct, Madam Mayor.
Madam Mayor, is it correct that under the Valuation of Land Act 1978, land for which an active rental market doesn't exist is required to be valued on a prescribed percentage of capital value, and up until the 1st of July 2011, the prescribed percentage was set at 5%. However, following numerous concerns from owners of vacant residential land that their GRV were higher than neighbouring improved properties, Landgate Property and Valuation Services applied a new rate of 3% on residential vacant land, but for commercial and industrial vacant land, a 5% prescribed rate remained.
In your time, Mr. Travascus, if you're able to answer that, and happy to go back for Councillor Bowman to repeat that if you need.
Through the chair, that's correct, as stated by Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much. No further questions?
Yeah, I have, Madam Mayor. Would this have resulted in some rates for vacant residential land reducing by 40%?
Mr. Travascus?
Yes, a reduction from 5% to 3%. The maths is 40%.
Madam Mayor, the officer's comments state the following. The applicable of a higher differential rate for vacant land is a measure adopted by many large metropolitan local governments as identified later in this report. This report, however, only identifies 5. Is that the total number of the large metro local governments that have a differential rate, or are they more, and can staff advise who they are, etc.?
Thank you. Mr. Travascus?
Through the chair, I can list the Perth Metropolitan Councils that had a vacant rate in the dollar for 23-24. There's 13 out of the 29 councils. In alphabetical order, they are Armidale, Bassendean, Coburn, Fremantle, Joondalup, Kalamunda, Kwinana, Nedlands, Perth, Stirling, Victoria Park, Vincent and Wanneroo.
Thank you very much. Is there a further question,
Yeah,
Councillor Bowman?
I do, Madam Mayor, and my apologies. If the revocation motion does not get the support, and let's assume after public comments, the council decides to continue with the vacant land rate as per the motion of February 24, will the draft budget then have an extra 1.8 in rate revenue, million, and tree planting expenditure will have the same additional rate of expenditure, 1.8 roughly?
Through you, Mr. CEO.
So through the chair, if we advertise the higher rate and then council choose not to adopt it?
No, I said if it goes through, would, I know it's hypotheticals, but would that basically mean the rate revenue budget would be $1.8 million more, and the offset would be $1.8 million extra in tree expenditure?
So through the chair, in part, it depends if council, as part of this, for instance, chose to go down the path of the City of Stirling and adopted a concession. So
yeah, I'm not going on
just
to that.
Put in the context, it depends upon the rules around that. Okay. I would suggest that most, presuming that the concessions are a logical thing to go, you'd probably apply one-third reduction. So therefore, roughly 1.2 of revenue and 1.2 would go into the trees. The two are directly linked by this motion. After the advertising consideration of differential rates, that matter comes back to council before we have our final budget consideration. So at that point in time, any final modelling is undertaken.
So, Madam Mayor, through you, let's assuming on the CEO's assumption, which is adding more assumptions, that there's reductions, so it's 1.2 million with the reductions, and so $1.2 million extra in rates income, $1.2 million extra in tree expenditure. My understanding is the officers would draft the budget as such. Is this council required to adopt the budget using the extra $1.2 million from vacant land rate on additional tree expenditure, or can this council at the time of adopting a budget change that decision and take $1 million out and put it into an urgent road project, for example?
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Through you, Mr. CEO.
So through the chair, the short answer is yes. When the budget comes, it's only a recommendation at time. The budget's formed, obviously, in consultation with the elected members. It comes back to you. But on the night, you can make adjustments to that. What you can't do is start adjusting your rate structure, because at that stage we need to get back to get ministerial approval given the range of rates we've got.
And would that apply then to the following year and the following year? Staff would draft the budget based on the extra money going to street trees, but it then can be changed?
So through the chair, each year's budget is done separately. So if the guidance from during the workshops is that's the way council is seeking to go, that's what we would present to council. But fundamentally, the decision for where the dollars and cents are set are by council at your budget meeting.
So, Madam Mayor, final question, and you can assume they're important questions. So the motion passed at February 24, it doesn't guarantee, and if it goes through the process for this budget or any future budgets, the additional money received or any additional money received from the implementation of vacant land rates category will always be spent on additional tree planting. Is that correct?
So through the chair, no guarantee is complete because only council can make a resolution. The staff take the guidance based on council decision and apply it to the budget. So we still frame the budget based on what council's direction is, but no guarantee can be made. That's finally a council decision.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll listen to the debate and then may enter.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. And now I got to the comment of asking, we had Councillor Zanino speak for. Is there anyone against the motion who hasn't spoken? Anyone against the motion who wishes to speak? No. Is anyone for the motion who hasn't already spoken? Councillor McCulloch.
Thank you, Mayor. We've heard it's the status quo that we want our city to flourish and prosper. I do too, but an increase to vacant land rates is not the answer, and especially not at this time. I've heard a quote that the people affected by it don't really care. I would take offence to that because there are a lot of people that care. But it's quite a normal process. There are many local governments that do it. Part of this, no rates or low rates, were part of many councillors' election promises several months ago. Well, I can tell you, if I'd gone back on my promises at that election, my ears would be burning on a secondly basis. The measure adopted by many large local governments, yes, some, and for very different purposes and reasons. I spoke with some of those local governments and gained an understanding of the contexts, and the reasons were very different. We may be one of several large local government areas, but similarities stop there. There are very different reasons for increases within each local government. It's not apples for apples to justify that if they do it, why don't we? Some of those local governments don't have greenfield sites. Some had a very specific context in which the vacant land increases were strategically implemented at a given time. Here's an example, the city of Joondalup. The increase wasn't for revenue reasons. It was a coastal strip, large premium blocks, 15 to 20 years vacant, owned by overseas investors. The city didn't do that and impose the tax until the Greenfields developments had come to an end, so it was very strategic. The City of Stirling placed a moratorium at one point on their vacant land rate increases due to the building industry challenges, and that was fair and appropriate. We've heard about land banking. It's a term. It's a real estate investment scheme that involves property developers buying large blocks of undeveloped land, dividing it into smaller blocks and offering it to investors. There's not a lot of land banking here. The majority of this vacant land is owned by family investors, mums and dads. They just want to make their investment work as anyone would. I went through a considerable number of vacant property information, many blocks, even through the Midland areas that we speak specifically about, and they've only been recently sold and purchased in the past few years. Councillors, we need to understand the commercial realities of the situation, the need to provide incentives, encouragement and confidence to develop, to consider density bonuses and look at ways for our city to lead with rigorous and strategic vision to see development realised. I think even through Midland, their investor confidence is at an all-time low. the New Junction project and the hold-ups.
Thank you, Councillor McCulloch. That's
Can
your
I
3
please have
minutes.
some more time, Madam Mayor?
Extension.
Thank you.
Seconder. Just a moment. Councillor Howlett, just one moment. Councillor Howlett. So, is there anyone against? Councillor Catalano. We'll put it to the vote. Those in favour of a 2-minute extension. So we have Councillor Singh, Councillor Oringo, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Singh, Councillor Oringo, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Jones, Councillor Miles, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Howlett and myself. And those against, Councillor Catalano and Councillor Knight. Oh, you didn't. Thank you. I imagine there's 4. Just one moment. Okay, so we had, was it 12, 13-2? 13-2. It's carried for an extension for 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Housing supply, councillors, does not come from taxing. I would liken this to a regressive tax, not a progressive one. We need to understand the commercial realities of the situation, and I've said that. The Royal Commission into the banking sector saw significant policy change, making it harder to develop due to the requirement to provide a fixed price contract for finance. The MRA have made it challenging in some context in Midlands development in requirements for mixed use and multi-storey development. There are so many complexities. We've talked about consultation. It's something that we have always fought for and constantly talking about, more consultation for the benefit of our community and our ratepayers and to give our communities a true voice. It's not the case I'm seeing here. We need that consultation, and this budgetary process that advertised the proposed rates in the dollar doesn't come close to a comprehensive understanding of ratepayers' needs or feedback. The very real danger, councillors, is that families who are already stretched and are unable to get their build off the ground are now further challenged with this potential increase. So, councillors, in the midst of a cost of living crisis and a construction industry and labour crisis, we're saying to a portion of our community, develop or else, when it's almost impossible for them to do so. Yes, we are experiencing a housing crisis, but councillors have spoken to that. The COVID crisis, we're careful to steward our resources and relieve the pressure for struggling families and ratepayers. It is the same with the crisis we're now experiencing. Please support Councillor Prodovnik's revocation.
Thank you, Councillor McCulloch. Now, I think we've nearly been through everyone. I'll just go through one more time. It's left. Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, I did not support the decision made at the 14th of February 2024 Ordinary Council meeting on the proposed introduction of vacant land rating categories for 24-25. And I would still not support the motion if it was put to us today for the same reasons I gave at February meeting. Councillor, here is a motion that has literally split the council, and it is evident to me that some have used this to their advantage or more so to the detriment of others and this council. And perhaps some quiet reflection is needed. A split decision. Mayor Richardson got to use her casting vote. So it's all her fault. No, this is not. No, this is not correct.
Point of order, Councillor Bowman.
I said no. This is not correct.
Your statement, though, towards me.
A split decision.
Just one moment. Just one moment. My decision at council, whether I use a deciding vote or not, is my position. But the tone that you used then to bring that to everyone's attention needs to be refined. Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Please continue.
If you actually had listened to my speech, I said a split decision. Mayor Richardson got to use her casting vote. Yes. So it's all her fault.
Point of order.
This is
Point
not
of order.
correct.
Again, that is the second time you have now referred it to me. And as I pointed out, I am in a position to be allowed to use that casting vote.
That's what I'm saying.
But it's an accusation in the tone that you're using to me. And if I've called that tonight, and I've been quite lenient with everyone tonight, but that is a direct hit on me. Thank you.
My apologies for my tone, Madam Mayor, because I was going to...
I would like you not to repeat that again for the third time.
So, Madam Mayor, can I have my time back that has been taken off me?
We'll continue. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Right, is there anyone else? We've been through everyone. Everyone's had their for and their against, and I thank everyone for, managing through this this debate. And we're going to put that motion to the vote. Oh, sorry, right of reply. My apologies. I love that one. Councillor Pridovnik.
I've actually just got a few questions for you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple to just be clear that I'm clear. When are we advertising our notice of intention to levy rates? Is that in later this month?
I'll just ask through the CEO.
Thank you. There's a special council meeting to that effect at the end of this month.
Do you have a further question?
When are we ratifying the budget?
Through you, Mr. CEO.
Through the chair again, special council meeting at the end of June.
And just so I'm clear, if this is not revoked, will this 30% rate rise be included in the notice to advertise rates when that goes out at the end of this month?
Through you, Mr. CEO.
Through the chair, the rates model will be presented to the next workshop, which is due next week. That will include outcomes that have made up to this point in time.
Just so I'm clear, that means the 30% rate rise if it doesn't get revoked tonight. That's what you're saying?
Through the chair, the rates modelling will be based on anything that's decided up to tonight. If this motion is not revoked, it will be included in the rates modelling, but the allocation of revenue is also tied to this measure.
And last question, when will this, so just so I'm clear, that this rate rise, if this revocation motion isn't successful, the 30% rate rise will be applied and it will start from July 2024 when the rates notices go out?
No. Come back. This doesn't guarantee anything. The council need to advertise differential rates and then consider the responses. Once you've considered the responses, which you will do after they've advertised, it's at that point you seek to lock in your differential rates. If there's nothing changed on the way through, this measure would apply 1st of July onwards, but you are not locking anything tonight. You're not locking anything at the next meeting. You only finally set it in when you come through that budget process.
But ultimately, the 30%, because of the motion, will be included in the rates that go out if it's not revoked. Is that correct?
I'll say that again. It's included in the rates modelling. No, rates modelling, which is brought to you at the workshop next week. Then when you've seen the rates modelling, we make a recommendation to you at the end of April, which is for the advertised differential rates. Yeah, subject to all the other things, yes, it would be included in the advertising, and then it's only then after you've considered the responses to the advertising, you really lock in a position on it.
So you're saying that the council decision in February to lock in a 30% rate rise doesn't stand?
The council decision to set this is still subject to all the rates modelling, still subject to consideration of the advertising and the responses to the advertising, and then a final decision of council.
Thank you.
Right of reply.
Okay, Council, so I'm just going to ask you again to please support this revocation motion to just ensure that the modelling doesn't include a 30% rate rise when we ratify the budget. I just want to respond to some of the things that were said. Councillor Johnson says vacant blocks are ruining the amenity of Midland with rubbish dumping. If there's a block that needs to be cleaned up, it's a simple phone call to report to the City of Swan. We've also got Snap, Solve and Send, which makes it easy to report things we want fixed. We don't need to hit every vacant block owner in Midland with a 30% rate rise to combat something we already have a solution for. And I'd like to know also, how does a 30% rate rise encourage more building when builders are going bust and we have a shortage of materials and labourers? So again, people are really trying to catch the link there between this 30% rate rise encouraging development and building when we really have a crisis and some issues and challenges in the building sector. Councillor Knight's comments saying that it's a win-win. Again, I ask, how is this a win-win for everyone when we have a group of over 4,800 ratepayers who have been targeted to pay 30%? They won't see this as a win-win. Councillor Knight again points to the fact we had a small number of emails about this. I suggest that's because we haven't contacted affected people. They haven't been alerted to this. They're not following our council meetings. And I'm pretty sure that we'll get a lot of emails if this revocation motion doesn't get up and the rates notices go out. Council does support tree planting in its budgets every year, and I agree with Councillor Miles. People will benefit from more trees being planted. But again, if everyone benefits from this, why aren't all ratepayers paying the tree canopy levy? Why is a small group of ratepayers being targeted to pay for this through a massive rate hike? Again, I agree with Councillor Miles that we're in a housing crisis. But again, how would this big rate hike help with a shortage of materials, a shortage of tradies, and a long history of big name builders going bust? Ultimately, it comes back down to why is a group of 4,800 people footing the bill instead of spreading the cost to all the ratepayers? And what's worse, it was confirmed tonight that no guarantees the money we're raising will actually be spent on trees. Let's look at this properly. Let's get across the detail in a briefing. Please support this revocation motion.
Thank you, Councillor Podovnik. We'll put that to the vote. Those in favour of the revocation motion? Councillor Singh, Councillor Oringo, Councillor Bowman, Jones, McCulloch, Zanino, Henderson and Podovnik and myself. And those against? Deputy Mayor, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Dawn, Councillor Miles, Councillor Knight and Councillor Howlett. It's carried 9-6. Thank you very much. And we move on to item 15.2. Councillor Johnson, tree removals to be referred to councillors, page 327. Councillor Johnson, if you'd like to read out your motion.
Thank you. My motion is that Council resolve to request the CEO to return to the previous practice of advising ward councillors prior to any proposed removal of city street trees. Reason for the motion: retention of trees is essential to maintain and grow our city urban tree canopy. More oversight of requests for tree removal will help ensure that trees are not removed without good reason. Notification of ward councils of proposed tree removal was the practice until sometime in the last few months.
I have a seconder. Councillor Howlett. Is anyone against the motion? Question, Councillor Henderson.
Surely this is an operational or a ward matter, is it not? Could staff perhaps give me some information on that?
Through you, Mr. CEO.
Thank you. As noted in the officer's report, one of the many things we dealt with as a result of the action plan adopted last year was to cease unnecessary communications where there was no further feedback from council. This is one of those. Matters are being advised on this and a range of other minor matters, but they weren't achieving anything. As noted in the report, matters to do with broad-scale tree removals are usually dealt with at ward meetings.
Thank you. So I ask, is anyone against the motion? Councillor Jones? So Councillor Johnson first. Did you wish to debate it though, I assume? Councillor Johnson?
Yeah, councillors, I wasn't planning to debate this and I didn't think there'd be any opposition. Look, councillors, until about a year ago, any proposed removal of city street trees was referred to councillors. At least this happened in the Midland Guildford ward, where we do have a lot of trees. I do not recall being consulted about these tree reports being discontinued. I, for one, only noticed this about 6 months after the reports stopped coming. Trees and street trees in particular are very important to our community. They contribute to our tree canopy, and our tree canopy is a subject of our Urban Forest Plan 2022. The tree reports provided a valuable safeguard. One example I can give you was a request to remove trees at the junction of Morrison Road and Great Eastern Highway in Woodbridge. When I went to take a look, the trees were city trees that the owner of the service station wanted removed to make the service station sign more visible. Every time I drive past the service station and I see these beautiful trees still there, I'm reminded that I have actually achieved something useful whilst I've been on council, and I've preserved these trees, and I'm sure everybody likes them. That's just one example of trees these reports have saved, because the recommendation was to remove them. So it's a good job I was there. The reports are not unnecessary communication. It's not just a ward matter. We didn't have ward meetings until quite recently, and ward meetings are not decision-making forums. Trees are not a minor operational matter, and the action plan did not say that the tree reports would stop. And I'd also remind councillors that section 2.7 of the Local Government Act says that council is responsible for the performance of all the functions of council, absolutely all of them. We can move motions on any subject. That is why we have motions on notice. It's an important part of our role, and as we delegate more work to the CEO, more of our meetings will be taken up with councillors' motions on notice. Why have I got 5 on this agenda? Well, councillors may have noticed that for the past year, I've not put forward any motions on notice because the CEO advised me when he arrived that, oh, we don't need to do that anymore, councillors. Just let me know what you want done and we'll get it done. Well, I don't think that's been happening. So hence we're going back to motions on notice. Councillors, as I said, the reports are not unnecessary communication. Trees are not a minor operational matter. We had no consultation saying the reports were stopped. The tree reports were a valuable second line of defence for our city trees. We want to keep as many trees as possible, and so we should restart those reports as we never asked for them to stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. A seconder? Councillor Howlett.
Thanks. I just want to briefly add that I assume, I don't know, but I assume that staff already sort of capture the information about trees, why they're to be removed, what they're going to be replaced with. And so I don't think it's overly onerous to return back to the system of providing that to the councillors, of the ward councillors, particularly with the shot hole borer present. It's probably a good way for councillors to keep an eye on what's happening in their immediate ward. This hasn't been brought to my attention at any ward meeting, so I didn't know perhaps the CEO intended councillors to ask that at the ward meetings, but it's certainly not brought to us at ward meetings. And in fact, by that time, it might be too late as well.
Thank you very much. Anyone against? Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I can't support this motion of Councillor Johnson's as I don't believe it's necessary, let alone a council chambers matter to resolve. The Model Code of Conduct clearly states, Regulation 19, prohibition against involvement in administration. I would suggest that this motion is actually encouraging councillors to get involved in administration. I've received many reports of all trees within the Pearce ward which advised me of the trees that are due for removal or replacement quite prior to the actual job being carried out. I've never had any real reason to respond. As I'm not an arborist, I'm happy to take the expert advice of expert staff who we pay to make the decision as to what is needed to maintain safety and limit risk to the city. I don't believe that we need to get further involved. We should be steering the ship from the helicopter, not the ground level. At the 13th of March 2023 Special Council meeting, which was held to respond to the Department of Local Government regarding their concerns with the City of Swan governance, an action plan was put forward. The report stated that it was important for all councillors to buy into the plan. A crucial part of the plan included improving the way in which we elected members engage with staff and deal with local ward matters. Council unanimously endorsed the plan. I believe that Councillor Johnson's motion is in conflict with what we agreed to in the action plan. Why would we want to waste more staff time by getting involved in admin matters? The amount of staff time that is wasted answering councillor questions on admin issues will potentially improve staff productivity, and I ask you please to vote against this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Is anyone for the motion? Anyone like to speak for the motion? Is anyone against the motion? If there's no one for or against the motion, we'll put that to the vote. Oh, sorry, right of reply. The Councillor, Deputy Mayor, thank you.
I think there's only one thing to say, really. Look, councillors, a notice of motion is not involving a councillor in an operational matter. Involving yourself in an operational matter. The best example I can think of that was some time ago, a councillor got themselves involved in negotiating a lease, and that led to a code of conduct complaint involving an operational matter. So had the council actually brought that to council and moved a motion about the lease, then that would not have been operational. Our role, councillors, is to move notices of motion about all the functions of council. So that's why we have meeting procedures, that's why we have these debates. What we've done is we've chosen to delegate everything that we already had delegated authority to the CEO for him to do day-to-day operations, and that's exactly what it says about the CEO's role in the Local Government Act. But our role as councillors is to deal with strategic matters, and trees are strategic. Our role is all the functions of council, of all the functions of the local government. That's what it says in the Local Government Act. So Councillor Jones' suggestion that this is somehow a breach of Regulation 19. Well, Councillor, I invite you to put in a code of conduct complaint and see how far that gets you. A notice of motion cannot be a code of conduct complaint. So, councillors, I urge you to support this. We need all the trees we've got. A councillor mentioned the Polyphagus shot-hole borer. We need to, our staff, I know, will be monitoring our trees, but that second line of defence, asking councillors, giving councillors the option to go and take a look, I think that's important. It's particularly important in my ward as we have so many trees. Thank you. Please support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Those in favour, please raise your hand. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Dawn, Councillor Singh, Councillor Knight, and what, do we miss someone? And Councillor Howlett. And those against, Councillor Oringo, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Jones, Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Miles, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Podovnik, and myself. Motion is lost. 6-9. Thank you. We'll move on to item number 15.4.
15.3.
Oh, sorry, 15.3. Just trying to
My
jump
motion
the
is
gun in.
that, so it's traffic study for Clayton Road. My motion is that council resolve to request the CEO to report to council with a recommendation on the best approach to resolve the traffic congestion on Clayton Street, Midland. And the reason for the motion is there have been a number of changes to road traffic conditions on Clayton Street, Midland, including the roundabout at the junction of Cowie Court and Clayton Street slowing traffic. B, increased traffic as a result of the new businesses in the area between Lloyd Street and Cowie Street. C, increased traffic turning south into Milty Road, obstructing Clayton Street. 2, congestion on Clayton Street is frequently raised by local people in various forums. And 3, the community expects the council to do something to resolve the problem.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Singh? Is there anyone against? I'll take the first one, Councillor Howlett. Do you wish to debate it?
I'd like to.
Thank you.
So, councillors, I'm asking for a report to council with suggestions to resolve the traffic congestion on Clayton Street. This east-west road connects the Midland workshops with Midvale, Bellevue and Congamaya in the Midland Guildford Wood. Clayton Street used to be a quick way from east to west in the south to the south of the Midland rail line. But since the installation of a roundabout and numerous traffic control measures in the area, there's been significant congestion. Traffic congestion in Clayton Street is probably the number 2 issue in this area of the city. Staff in their report acknowledge there is traffic congestion. There is a traffic congestion problem on Clayton Street. I acknowledge it's not going to be possible to duplicate the road, and that's not my intention. But there may be other possible measures to improve the flow of traffic. It's just a report. I know, councillors, that our community would like this traffic congestion problem solved, so a report is the sensible way forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Seconder wish to speak? No. Councillor Singh?
No.
Do you have anything to add?
No, I'm okay.
Thank you very much. Is anyone against the motion? Wish to speak? Councillor Howlett.
Thank you. I'll just keep this brief. I don't deny that there are major traffic issues in that location, Councillor Johnson, but what is needed is a whole of Midland traffic report. And if we continue to do, we will continue to do detriment if we undertake piecemeal studies in isolation. We would be better placed to lobby the state government to undertake an overall overarching traffic report or traffic study in Midland, considering most of the changes to the road network and the flow is a result of the state government's decision making.
Thank you, Councillor Howlett. Is anyone for the motion? Anyone against the motion? Councillor Zanino.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, councillors. Just before, I'd like to ask a question of the Deputy Mayor, if that's possible. The question is fairly simple, straightforward, and it's a yes/no answer. Councillor Johnson, do you support the construction of the Lloyd Street extension as originally proposed by city officers and state government?
Well, look, Councillor, it's very unusual to ask a councillor a direct question in debate, so we need to seek advice from the staff as to whether that's possible. So, Mr. CEO, can you advise us, through you, Madam Mayor, the CEO, is it an appropriate way to go?
Through you, Mr. CEO.
There's not, through the chair, I'm not aware of anything in the meeting procedures prevents a question from being asked during the course of debate. That question could be directed to staff, through the chair to staff, or through the chair to another councillor. If it's relevant to the matter at hand, in this case obviously traffic, then it's open to be answered.
So if it's something that's not in the meeting procedures local law, it's permissible then, is it?
No, it doesn't.
Through the chair, there's nothing in the meeting procedures to prevent during the debate asking a question. Questions are directed by the presiding member. If the presiding member so chooses to put the question to staff or question to another councillor, that's the presiding member's choice.
Thank you, Mr. CEO.
It's
Mayor,
covered under the
Deputy
questions
Mayor,
section.
you do not need to answer that question if you so desire. Thank you, Councillor Nino.
I'll answer it in my own way. So, councillors, I do support a bridge in that location. What I have supported is a bridge that meets the expectation of our community, one that has the minimal environmental impact, and which is supported by the traditional owners. So I have supported that. It may mean a more expensive bridge, but I think it should go ahead. So no, I'm not against it. What I'd like to point out to Councillor Zanino that the Lloyd Street Bridge is a north-south road, and I'm talking east-west.
Point of order.
Point of order. Well, I've answered the question for you.
No, that's not.
Deputy Mayor.
That's not
Councillor
answering
Zanino.
the question.
Councillor
The question
Zanino, if you could
was a
retain, could you
yes,
just
no.
retain your seat, please, for a moment? Thank you. So before jumping up, I asked you both just to wait for a moment, and you considered continuing. I just want to take this for a moment. I did ask you to just wait. Okay, this is not a place for an argument right now. Councillor Zanino, you asked a question of...
Madam Mayor.
Just a moment, Councillor Zanino. You asked a question. It was put to the Deputy Mayor and given him an opportunity to respond or not to respond. Which he has responded.
It was a question with
Was
a
a question?
yes/no answer.
Yes. Ah, did
He
you
was
state
de-
it was a yes or
Council,
no answer?
I did.
Thank you. Councillor Deputy Mayor.
And what
could
the
you respond?
Deputy Mayor was
Councillor
doing
Zanino,
was he
just
was
a moment,
debating.
please. That's enough. That's enough. Thank you. Please respond with a yes or no answer, and then I won't be taking any further questions in the debate.
Look, I don't think there's anything in the meeting procedures local law that
You do not
demands
need to
I
answer?
answer yes or
Thank
no.
you.
I've answered.
That's
I've
the
answered.
end. Thank you very much. We move on with the debate, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, with respect, this motion could be viewed as a public relations exercise, given the traffic chaos created by not constructing the Lloyd Street extension as originally proposed and which was fully funded. In the agenda, officers state the city's plan to reduce congestion in this area is to construct the Lloyd Street Bridge and also advise, and I quote, staff recommend that this motion not be supported. The issue of traffic congestion in this locality was identified many, many years ago, with new developments such as the bulky goods developments, including Bunnings, the police complex, the new hospital, Curtin University, to name a few. Traffic planning occurred to cater for increased traffic. The city went through great lengths to lobby state and federal governments for funding to put the bridge over the Helena Street to extend Lloyd Street through to Abernathy Road. This was all reliant on the extension of the Lloyd Street. Funding was acquired, everything was ready to go with main roads. Then the project was derailed. And I trust the current Mayor and Deputy Mayor will inform our community why and how this occurred, which resulted in a critical transport infrastructure being put on hold, thereby creating traffic chaos. City officers state in the agenda, and I quote, "An alternative alignment of the Lloyd Street Bridge has been investigated and a decision is required by the Minister for Transport to confirm the project scope. City staff will do their job and report to Council on progress. A notice of motion is not required to achieve this outcome. This appears to be a PR exercise and Council should not waste its time on matters that will be addressed anyway. Rather, this Council should support the construction of the Lloyd Street extension as originally proposed so it can be expedited to ease traffic and benefit our residential and business communities."
Thank you, Councillor Zanino. Is anyone for the motion? Anyone hasn't spoken? Anyone for the motion? Anyone against the motion? There's no one for or against the motion. Councillor Johnson, your right of reply.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, it's very emotional, this, councillors. All we're trying to do is to improve the traffic flow on Clayton Street. I know everyone in Midland supports that. Look, first of all, if Councillor Howlett is intending to move a motion at the next meeting about a whole of Midland traffic report study to improve the flow of traffic, I'd be only too happy to support that. So I'll look forward to that in May. The Lloyd Street Bridge is not our bridge. You may recall that, Councillor Zanino, that has been handed over to the state government for a redesign. It was handed over to the state government for a redesign. They're not stopping doing it because it did not satisfy the federal government's environmental criteria. So that is why we are waiting for the state government to proceed with it. You would think, councillors, from Councillor Zanino's speech, that I am personally responsible for the traffic chaos in Midland. Well, I think not, councillor. I don't even drive very much, but I'm well aware that there are traffic congestion issues, and that's why, councillors, I've got a traffic study for Clayton Road, and if you want to solve the traffic chaos, I suggest you vote for the motion. It's quite a good one. Now, councillors, why notice of motion? Councillors, you ain't going to get a traffic study out of the city by going along and asking at a ward meeting. Ward meetings are not part of the Local Government Act. They're not part of the structure of our local government. They do not have any decision-making role at all. There's something that's only been introduced relatively recently, and that's why I brought in notice of motion. Is it a publicity stunt? Not at all, councillor. What I'm doing is I'm responding to the expectations of my community to do something with my elected office and try to resolve the traffic congestion on Clayton Road. So, councillors, if you support our community, you want to resolve this traffic problem, please support my motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Those in favour of the motion? Deputy Mayor, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Singh, Councillor Knight. Those against? We have Dawn, Councillor Oringo, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Jones, Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Miles, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Podovnik, Councillor Howlett and myself. Motion's lost. What was the count? 12, sorry? 411. And then we move on to 15.4.
My motion is that council
Councillor
resolve
Johnson,
to...
just a moment. Sorry, Mundaring West Ward councillors to future biannual police Midland and Mundaring sub-branch meeting, page 331. Thank you.
My motion is that council resolve to invite Mundaring West Ward councillors to a future biannual police Midland and Mundaring sub-branch meeting. And the reason for the motion is the West Ward and Midland Guildford Ward have a long and complex boundary in Mid Vale and Swanview, and policing crosses local government boundaries. Participation by Mundaring councillors has previously been beneficial, and their participation should continue.
Do I have a seconder? Yes. Councillor Dawn. Is anyone against? Councillor Miles. Do you wish to debate it? Yes. Yes, thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. Councillors, our community must come first. The highest priority in the western part of the Midland Guildford Ward is community safety, as you've heard tonight. I patiently asked for several years for a councillor and police meeting, and I think it was the former CEO, Jeremy Edwards, who started his career in the place, who made these regular meetings happen. Both Mid Vale and Swanview suburbs are shared between Mundaring and Swan. The border is long and complex if you take a look at a map sometime. Crime does not respect local government boundaries, and the Police Midland and Mundaring sub-branch obviously crosses the local government boundary. There are significant problems in the Mid-Vale area at the boundary, as anyone who has followed recent events will know. About a year ago, I asked the city if the Mundaring West Ward councillors could attend our meeting. At the time, there was no problem with this. The city was only too happy to ask. I didn't invite the West Ward councillors. They were invited by the city after I asked the city if they could do that. The West Ward councillors were invited, and Councillor Jo Cicchini attended the meeting. She knows the area well. As she says, lived here for 50 years, and she added a lot of value. I asked if the Mundaring West Ward councillors could attend the 19th of March police meeting, but apparently this is now had to be discussed in a ward meeting first. So given the urgent nature of the problems in the area, I've got to wait another 3 months to go to a non-decision making meeting that is not prescribed in the Local Government Act, at which no decisions can be made. Councillors, these meetings are not decision making meetings. This council is where we make decisions. I've been told by the staff that no, you can't invite West Ward councillors. That's why I'm at a decision-making meeting. We need to make decisions in the proper place. Councillors, what is the role of council? Section 2.7 of the Local Government Act says, role of council. The council governs the local government's affairs and is responsible for the performance of the local government's functions. That's us as a council working together jointly, resolving. It is not the council at a ward meeting. That is not the council. We don't govern the local government's functions. As a council, we make the decisions. The Local Government Act does not prescribe decisions being made in ward meetings. Who makes a decision in a ward meeting? I've got no idea. Councillors, we need to put our community first. Our community have put community safety first when we have gone out and consulted with them, and we need to listen and then to take some action. And when we saw that community survey, I thought we've got to take action on community safety, even though it is primarily the responsibility of the state government. Mid-Vale crosses the local government boundary, so to be most effective in connecting local government representatives with the police, we need all the local government representatives, and that includes Mundaring councillors. Our community expect cooperation and collaboration from local government and police to support and improve community safety, and that's why I put this motion on the agenda. It's my job as a councillor to do that. It is all our roles to do that. It's only got benefits for our community, so please support it. Thank you.
3 minutes. All right, Councillor Dawn, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you. I do think that there's issues in Mid-Vale as well, and I support Councillor Deputy Mayor's motion.
Thank you. Is anyone against? Councillor Miles?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll just start by saying, in terms of the Local Government Act, I don't think we read each section in isolation from the rest. We read the Act together, as well as the regulations that inform our role as a councillor. So this motion obviously has been addressed as kind of involves operational processes that can be easily achieved outside of the council motion. And I know that Stephen and the rest of the administration would be more than willing to have a productive conversation about this and other matters. I just want to, ask a question is, what will it truly achieve to have the two West Ward councillors in a meeting with the Midland Guildford Ward councillors with the police? That could be achieved with two separate meetings. If this is a scheduling issue or whatnot, what does it actually achieve for community safety when the police are the ones who are actually doing their job and creating a safer community themselves by having local councillors in a room with them? I don't see that as being truly important or, well, in this matter, strategic, which is what the council chambers are for, strategic decisions. And I know the Deputy Mayor has raised that this is our role, is to make a notice of motion on anything we think is important. That obviously is something that we can do, but as has been explained in this meeting tonight, there is an action plan that we must be following where we're not creating unnecessary administrative burden by going through every single operational matter we have a problem with and filling up the agenda. It's not good enough. Thank you.
Thank you,
I move the motion be put.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak against the motion? We have to put the motion. All those in favour of the motion?
So you ruled on the procedural motion, you can then move
Okay.
to that.
So then what's the next act?
So, under procedural motion, section 9.2, I think it is. 9.1 of the motion be put.
Put. Yeah.
So it must be dealt immediately by the presiding member. So the motion, so you're moving the motion to put. If you're comfortable with
So I
that,
move the motion to be put. Well, Councillor Henderson has moved that the motion be put. Therefore, thank you, Councillor Jones. Those in favour? Councillor Ringo, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Jones, Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Miles, Councillor Knight, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Prodovnik, Councillor Howlett, and myself, and those against?
this is to put the motion.
11.
Yep.
Yep. Just, Deputy Mayor, those against? Deputy Mayor, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Dawn, and Councillor Singh. So we had motion is put. 11-4.
So you now put the motion.
Now we put the motion. Then all those in favour of Councillor Johnson's motion. So we have Councillor Deputy Mayor, Councillor Dawn, Councillor Singh, Councillor Knight, and those against. We have Councillor Catalano, Councillor Ringo, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Jones, Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Miles, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Prodovnik, Councillor Howlett, and myself. So it's a lost 11. Oh, sorry, 11-4. Thank you. All right.
Next item.
We're moving through this. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. Sorry. It is 10 o'clock. Councillor Prodovnik's leaving the chamber.
You need another procedural motion.
Okay.
I move,
Do I have? Thank
I
you,
move that
Councillor
we deal
Bowman.
with the next two items and then conclude the meeting.
Is there anyone against? Nope, sorry, my apology.
All right, but this is the procedural motion now. You've had two people move the procedural
Mhm.
motion. So we now go to another vote on the procedural motion.
So those in favour of the
Considering two more items.
those in favour, just raise your hands.
Question, how is that a procedural motion? The only procedural motion we have is that the meeting...
Excuse me, Deputy Mayor, we're in the middle of a vote and
Point of order can be made at any time. Point of order. Procedural motion at this point would be that the meeting continue past 10 p.m. It does not have any caveats. So that's page 31.
Just a moment.
Page 31 I've got.
Just one moment. Yep. Just one moment, councillors, just while we work through this.
So if you move it to go beyond 10, continuing on 10, you'd normally move it for a time period, but that doesn't say it here.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, can I just ask, is Councillor Prodovnik allowed to leave?
Councillors are able to leave during a meeting, and they just let the CEO know out of courtesy and also safety, so that we know who's in the building and who's not. And it's also minuted.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Thank you.
If it's a personal matter, you've got to leave, you're tired or you've got somewhere else to go, it's open to do that.
Generally speaking, there's usually a good reason. Thank you. Councillor Knight.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The items that we're not going to resolve, if we don't resolve them, will they just be carried to the next meeting, or we're not coming back for another,
We would have to come back for another meeting to continue this.
like tomorrow night?
Could be. That would depend on councillors voting as to when the next meeting was. Just hang on. We're just going to go back and look at the Deputy Mayor's point of order, and just bear with us.
So through the chair,
Thank you.
the Deputy Mayor is quite right in terms of 9.1 that the meeting continue past 10 p.m. There is no caveat on the time. I'm going back to clause 2, or continue. So you're either adjourning the meeting
moment.
or continuing the meeting. If you're continuing the meeting, it doesn't stipulate.
Can I just have everyone's attention, please, while the CEO is speaking?
If you
Because the
continue
quicker we
the
do
meeting,
this, the quicker you get through this. So, just a moment, Councillor Catalano.
if you continue the meeting, it doesn't specify a time at which it stops.
Councillor Catalano.
It was a motion of council that the meeting closes at 10 o'clock. It's not in the meeting procedures local law. It's a motion of council. Previously already decided.
so
on.
through-
and then we
the
will
chair-
continue on
through the
you,
chair.
Mr. CEO.
Clause 2.14 of your meeting procedures 2, where a meeting passes 10 p.m, the conclusion of any motion under debate, which we've just done, presiding member must invite the members to move a procedural motion. You can only move procedural motions while you're here. To adjourn the meeting or continue the meeting. So regardless of what any other matter has been resolved, you are in a meeting where you must move a procedural motion. Those procedural motions are listed on 9.1, and under D, you can either adjourn it or you can continue it under E, but that's the extent of it.
Question, can we then move a procedural motion to continue the meeting and then at some suitable point move a motion to adjourn it?
Through the chair, yes, you can. Somebody who hasn't already moved a procedural motion tonight could then move another motion at that point in time, because you're only allowed to move one procedural motion at a meeting, as far as I thought in your meeting procedures. There's a limit on that?
We'll have a look.
Okay, well, you can move another one to adjourn it. If you went, for instance, another 10 or 15 minutes, then you could move something to adjourn it at that time.
Madam Mayor, I move to continue the meeting.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Is anyone against?
Okay.
Councillor Catalano?
Have the vote,
Okay, so we'll put that to the vote
which is just on the continue the meeting.
to continue the meeting.
Until just past 10 p.m.
Okay. So was there anyone against? It was Councillor Catalano.
We now need to have a vote on continuing past 10 p.m.
So those in favour of continuing past 10 p.m. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Dawn, Councillor Aringo, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Jones, Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Miles, Councillor Knight, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Howlett and myself. And those against, Councillor Catalano and Councillor Singh. So that's carried 12-2, because we're missing Councillor Podovnik. All right. Let's continue on. We're at 15.5, Councillor Johnson, bollards for verges on Terrace Road adjacent to Sugargum Park.
Thank you,
Page
Madam Mayor.
333.
My motion is that Council resolve to request the CEO to report to Council with a recommendation on the feasibility of installing bollards on the verge of Terrace Road, Guildford, along the length of Sugargums Park. The purpose is to prevent parking on the roots of the large historic sugargum trees at this location in order to protect the trees. Reason for the motion, although the location has no parking and no parking on verge signs, these signs are regularly ignored by patrons of the businesses on the other side of Terrace Road. Enforcement of the signs is not effective as the response times by the city rangers is too slow. Cars continue to park unlawfully under the trees. Parking on the roots of sugargum trees is proven to kill these trees, as was seen when 3 sugargum trees were killed in Swan Street East in 2023 as a result of cars parking on the roots. This was advised by city staff. A report on the feasibility of bollards in this location is a step towards protecting Guildford's historic sugargum trees. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Dawn? Is anyone against? Councillor McCulloch, do you wish to debate it? Thank you. Councillor Johnson?
Councillors, as we heard, the bollards only cost $140 each. Councillors, there are not many of these very large old sugargum trees left in Guildford. They are part of the character of Guildford. They were all planted at the same time about 100 years ago. The trees are old and they are vulnerable to stress. 3 nearby sugargum trees on Swan Street opposite Stirling Square died in 2023, and staff have advised this was a result of root compaction caused by parking on the verge under the trees. We need to stop cars parking under the sugargum trees to protect them. On 2 occasions early this year, at the weekend, I noticed 4-wheel drive vehicles parked unlawfully on the verge under the sugargum trees just north of Sugargums Reserve in Guildford. Since the pandemic, Sugargums Park has become very popular, but there is not much parking. I took photos of the 4-wheel drives and asked the staff if bollards could be installed as the signs were not working to stop the unlawful parking by 4-wheel drives. Apparently, it was not possible. I'm sorry, I got some error there. Previously, I've asked staff to install bollards in Jock Ford's Park in Guildford to stop unlawful parking. The bollards were installed in the next financial year. Councillors, on those 2 occasions, on each occasion when I saw cars parked in a way that would damage the sugargum trees, I sent a photograph to the staff and I suggested, could we consider installing bollards at this location? Councillors, we do install bollards. Bollards were installed in Stirling Square in 2023 to protect the sugar gum trees there. This originated with a community group and did come to council for a decision, as it was a large, expensive job. In fact, bollards are installed on the Swan Street side of Sugargums Park, just 5 metres away from the location where we need the bollards. Councillors, I think we'd only need 3 or 4 bollards to protect our sugargum trees in this location. It should not need to come to council. But council meetings are the only place where council makes decisions. And councillors, I need to reiterate, I did ask the staff if they could please put some bollards in this location. And I've done that before, and it's happened before without any trouble. Councillors, as the Guildford Association President pointed out at the agenda forum last week, this year is the 25th anniversary of the saving of the sugargum trees from being felled. There was a plan at one point to chop them all down, but 25 years ago that stopped. I know Councillor Zanino was there. In Stirling Square, there was a bench and plaque gifted to the community by the City of Swan to commemorate the agreement of the city to preserve the iconic sugargum trees. This motion is an opportunity to show that 25 years on, all of us stand by that pledge to the community. So 25 years ago, councillors, preserving trees was something that was the responsibility of council. It still is now. Nothing's changed. Finally, the motion is not about instructions to install bollards. It's just asking for a report about the feasibility of bollards. Just one paragraph left. It's not a big ask.
That's your time, Councillor
Councillors,
Johnson.
I've just got two lines to
Councillor
go.
Johnson, everyone else has asked for an extension, so if there's someone who's willing to extend
Like
it.
an extension.
Thank you, Councillor Catalano. Is there anyone against? Extension for 2 minutes.
I only need 3 lines. Councillors, this is a modest motion to try and protect a small number of iconic trees in a beautiful shared public open space. It's in line with our urban forest plan. It's in line with community expectations. It's what we're here to do as councillors. The community expects us to take action on their behalf, and that's what council meetings are for. As I said, I asked the staff if they'd do it. I was told no. Taking it to a ward meeting is going to have the same result. So councillors, please vote for this motion to protect our trees. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Is there anyone for the motion? Anyone like to speak for the motion? Councillor Dawn, you were the seconder? Okay, no, you did. Not this one? That's right. It's your opportunity.
Thank you very much. I support Deputy Mayor's the installation of the bollards. I think anything that's 100 years old needs to be protected.
Thank you very much. Is anyone against the motion? Councillor Henderson?
Just briefly, calling for a report, but the officer's recommendation is in fact a report. It says that they can deal with it, and there's no need to go down this path. So I support what the officers are saying and not the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Is anyone for the motion? Anyone for the motion? Anyone against the motion? Councillor McCulloch?
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, I think you can see the officer comment, not common practice to install bollards there, blah, blah, blah. And the verge parking at reserves, unless there's a no stopping or no parking. There has been a no stopping parking control sign for this section of the Terrace Road. And staff don't consider this type of operational matter needs to be reported to council for a decision. But what it does allow me to raise in regards to the bollards binge in Guildford is that the bollards in question, CCA treated pine, in our long-term landscape vision for the precious heritage town of Guildford, I spoke to a heritage architect and because I just thought, these bollards, this is just bollocks. I spoke to a heritage architect.
Councillor McCulloch, but point of Councillor McCulloch, I'll ask you to not use that word because it's quite offensive to English people. It is considered offensive. As I know,
I spoke to a heritage architect, re the bollards, and he said they would not be his first choice. The Guildford Village Square, namely Stirling Square, is an important heritage feature, a real nod to the English village greens off the High Street. The repeated single bollards with linked catenary change is a classic and appropriate alternative. And I am a little distressed to see the continuation of some of the bollards and the proposals when there should have been a better outcome with more appropriate heritage sensitive bollards. Those CCA bollards, there is some interesting evidence that those chromium, copper and arsenics can leach into the soil or the water when treated. It's exposed to the environment. I'd hate to see those beautiful sugar gums at risk with these factors as well. In general, they are very mobile in clay soils and sandy soils. So that's a really big consideration, and we need to think about that. Verge plantings weren't possible. And the Swan Street East trees, they keep coming up. It was not conclusive as to the compaction as the cause of death. And there are other
Point of order.
reports that speak
Excuse me, Councillor McCulloch,
otherwise.
if you could just resume your seat for a minute while I hear this point of order.
I'm pretty sure
Deputy
Mr.
Mayor.
Coton can advise us on that. We were told categorically it
Oh, no,
was
Councillor
compaction.
Johnson. Excuse me, Deputy Mayor. What was your point of order?
Whether that was a factual statement or not.
What was the point exactly? If it was,
Well, Councillor McCullough said that it was not clear that the death of the trees was caused by compaction, but I'm asking Mr. Coton if he could advise on that, because I was told that it was categorically caused by root compaction.
just one moment while I clarify that for a moment.
I think you have to make the assertion of a point of order. It's not factual. You're not there to interrogate staff on it. Staff aren't intended to end the debate.
Okay.
So his other councillor saying it is factually incorrect.
Well, in that case, point of order 7.2, section F, presentation of false or misleading information. And then we can follow up with a question, can the staff verify what was the cause of death of those trees?
Thank you, Mr. Coton.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, I'm happy to answer that. There were 3 trees that died. We had a independent arborist undertake some study, and the probable cause of death of those trees was compaction of the surrounding soil. The house was a construction site, so there had been some parking of vehicles there. There had also been storage of materials under those trees as well, and it had been ongoing for an extended period of time. So we can't say definitively what the cause was, but the consultant's report indicated that it was highly probable it was due to the compaction of the soil, and that would be likely caused by things placed on top of the soil, which would have been the construction materials and car parking.
Councillor McCulloch, if you could continue, please.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson, for that clarification, but I still do not believe it was conclusive because there were other reports that spoke to other aspects of the tree's health, and I do believe, and that's my opinion, we would have other sugar gums in the precinct with similar distress. Anyway, councillors, you have before you the officer's comment, you have some of my comments. I would hope that if we were looking at bollards into the future for Guildford, that we look at a more appropriate form. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor McCulloch. Is there anyone for the motion? Is there anyone against the motion? If there's no one for or against the motion, Deputy Mayor, your reply.
Thank you. Council, there's been a lot of talk about bollards, me asking for bollards with dangerous chemicals in them. Not at all. All I'm asking for is a report to consider putting bollards around the trees. So they could be plastic bollards, they could be jarrah bollards, they could be made out of the sugar gum trees that died nearby. Councillors, as we've heard from Mr. Coton, the probable cause of death was root compaction. I've not heard of any other reports about those trees. There was a lot of concern in the community about the death of those sugar gums, and as a result we consider the sugar gums to be at risk. As I said, I've asked the city if they would install bollards. They've said no, but now it says, as a result of me putting up this motion, that apparently I will get some bollards. So the motion has had some success. So it looks like even if you vote against it, we'll be getting the bollards. So what I suggest, councillors, is you vote for it, because then we will get the bollards. But of course you can vote against it if you choose, in which case you're also voting for the bollards. So that's one of the strange ironies, and this has happened to me many times on council. As some of the
Councillor-
staff will be aware.
Deputy Mayor?
Yes.
Just like to interject there, that's not what the report said. So if we need to be clear about what the report said and also guiding councillors into making that decision.
Well, actually, I believe Mr. Cohen has said that bollards could be supplied for about $140 each. So is that right?
Through you,
Point of order,
Madam
Madam Mayor.
Sorry, Mr. Coaten, my apologies. Point of order, Mr.
I believe
Councillor Bowman.
I believe Councillor Johnson's summing up. There's no questions allowed. That's all.
Thank you.
We have had
Apologies,
questions in
Mr.
summing up earlier
No.
this evening.
So we'll just finish off with your right of reply, please.
I think one of the key things here is treating everybody the same. Another councillor asked questions during summing up tonight. That was Councillor Prodovnik. So I guess that's a question as to why I can't ask questions during summing up. What's the deal? All right, so I should ask questions first. Okay,
Yes,
so that's the
thank you.
rule. Okay, we've got a new rule. I'll remember that one. About 2 of those
If we
tonight.
could just continue, please.
I will
We've still
do,
got quite a
councillors.
few
So, councillors, it is our practice to install bollards. These trees are important. I believe there are only about 30 of them left. I've asked for bollards. I've been told I can't have bollards, so I brought a notice of motion. It's part of the strategy, part of the reason we're here, we're elected as councillors, is to move notices of motion to make changes to the functions of the city. That's what we're here for. So if I've asked for something that I know my community want, and I've been told, no, you can't have it, but maybe I can have it, I'm not sure, then it's my job to move notice of motion. That's what I was elected to do, councillors. So, councillors, this is one of those ones where you can vote for it, you can vote against it, do whatever you want. It looks like I'm going to be getting the bollard. So please support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Those in favour, if you raise your hands, please. The Deputy Mayor, then we have Councillor Catalano, Councillor Dawn, Councillor Singh, Councillor Knight and Councillor Howlett. And those against, you put your hand down. Thank you. Councillor Ringo, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Jones, Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Miles, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson and myself. It's lost 6-8. Thank you. And then we move on to item number 15.6, which is Councillor Johnson, Queen's Road and Great Eastern Highway traffic lights, page 335. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My motion is that Council resolve that the city write to Main Roads WA and request traffic lights be installed at the junction of Great Eastern Highway and Queen's Road in South Guildford. And the reason for the motion is the city has previously requested that Main Roads install traffic lights in this location, but Main Roads has refused the request as the traffic lights would, in Main Roads' opinion, be too near to the traffic lights at Kalamunda Road and Great Eastern Highway. This reason is not seen as valid by the South Guildford community. As a result of the increased population now living in the South Guildford Rose Hill subdivision and the plans for more housing as a result of changes to the Rose Hill structure plan, there is increased traffic at the junction of Great Eastern Highway and Queen's Road. This is causing more queuing at the junction and an increased risk of accidents. The consensus of the South Guildford community as an outcome of previous community consultation is that traffic lights would be the most effective solution to traffic congestion at the junction of Great Eastern Highway and Queen's Road.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Howlett. Is there anyone against? Councillor Ringo, do you wish to debate it? Sorry, yes, please. Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, look, councillors, I think it's self-evident. Councillors who've been on council for a while will be aware this has been to council on numerous occasions, and each time we have resolved to write to Main Roads WA, and we get a letter back saying no. But people are telling me now it's getting beyond a joke, and you would have seen I sent a video out that a member of the community took showing just how difficult it is to turn right from Queen's Road onto Great Eastern Highway. Now, I've heard tonight that some councillors are saying, oh, we shouldn't be doing motions of notice, and it seems like we should be delegating everything to the CEO and we shouldn't be doing our own decision making. Well, that's what we're here for, councillors. We're here to make decisions on behalf of the community. Our role is strategic. So if we're saying we want to have a traffic light at the junction of Queens Road and Great Eastern Highway, well, we bring that to council. That's what we're here for. That's part of our job. So it's only in the last, since this action plan came out, that we heard that, motions on notice are not allowed, and councillors for a whole year, I didn't do one, but what I got was nothing. I've not had any actions at all. So councillors, that's why this is on the agenda. We need to start to take control. As I said, Section 2.7 of the Local Government Act, we are responsible for all the functions of council, and that is why we have notices of motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Seconder? Councillor Howlett? Nothing to add? Councillor, anyone against? Councillor Ringo?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, we all know that previously Council has considered a range of different options for modification for this intersection, and there have been several reports to Council on this particular matter. I like to point out and read the officer's comment. Queens Road is a local road under the care and control of the City of Swan, and Great Eastern Highway is a main road under the care and control of Mains Road WA. All traffic signals and line markings on any road require the approval of Mains Road WA. There were conditions placed to upgrade the intersection of Queens Road and Great Eastern Highway in South Guildford. One of those conditions was that the intersection can only be upgraded in accordance with the Traffic Impact Statement report, which was done. Accident-wise, the report presented to all councillors made it very clear that since the line markings in September 2022, there has been no accidents. It was confirmed by staff when I asked that from September 2022 to the end of 2023, there has not been any accidents again, which proves my point that councillors, this shouldn't have come to council. I also question why this was allowed as a notice of motion, because that is what ward meetings are for. Ward meetings give all councillors the opportunity and space to strategically lobby. It's called strategic planning. You can't just throw money at something and try to fix it. Councillors, most of you here are long-term councillors, except for me, Councillor Miles and Councillor Dawn. And you are familiar with Section 2.9 of the City of Swan Meeting Procedure Local Law, which requires a notice of motion, my apologies, to state how it relates to good governance of the district. The mandatory prospective training module that me and every other candidate and councillor up for election was required to complete states there is a separation of function between the elected council and the administration in decision making by local government. It also includes council members have no direct involvement in administrative.
Just one moment, Councillor Ringo, please. You just resume your seat. Thank you. Councillor Howlett.
Relevance.
Thank you. Councillor Ringo, could you please bring it back to the Queens Road intersection so we can continue on, please? Thank you.
So, again, I ask the question why this notice of motion has been brought up. What is it trying to achieve, or is it simply because councillors, we can't accept the answers from our professional staff who are employed to provide us advice? Unless there is new information, which I haven't been provided by fellow councillors or staff, we know very well from the officer's recommendation is that while another request can be made to Mains Road WA, it may damage the city's reputation to continue to raise the issue without any supporting evidence. That means the city will lose credibility and this will damage the city's reputation. And that's why, councillors, I ask that you do not support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Ringo. Is anyone for the motion? Does anyone like to speak for the motion? Is anyone against the motion? Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I can't support this motion again, as this can be dealt with in ward meetings. In 15 years on council, I have never had a staff member refuse any reasonable request. In fact, you can achieve a lot more by working with staff in the ward meetings rather than raising motions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Does anyone like to speak against the motion? Anyone, sorry, for the motion? Anyone against the motion? There's no further addition. We'll pop that to the vote. Oh, sorry, right of
Right to
reply.
reply.
We'll love it.
Well, councillors, I'm quite surprised that a motion to write a letter has got such extraordinary reaction. Really, I'm very surprised indeed. It's quite a normal thing. This is something we've been doing for years. But one thing I'd draw to Councillor Jones's attention, you've not been going to ward meetings and asking the staff for things for years, for 16 years, because ward meetings only started about a year ago. They're quite a new thing. We used to have place meetings, not ward meetings.
Point of
And
order.
at place meetings,
Just one moment, please, Deputy Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Jones.
Ward meetings have been going on for many, many, many years. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, if you could just refrain from using that
well, in the
interjection.
Middle and Guildford ward, we've not had ward meetings, so that's something quite interesting. I'll be asking a few questions about that. We were told categorically we could not have a ward meeting. We had a place meeting. So, councillors, those ward meetings are not part of the Local Government Act. They are not something that, not somewhere where you make a decision. It's not something where you ask for something. How is the decision made? It's really not the way to go. Councillor Ringo said, well, what's the new information? Well, the new information is actually staring you in the face. It's in the reason for motion provided by Councillor Johnson, as it says there. Go and have a look. You'll see there is an active subdivision that is growing. And as I say in my in the information I provide, the structure plan has recently been amended. That's leading to an increase in the population, which means more cars, which means it's more difficult to turn right. There was also a talk about no accidents. Well, councillors, we did make a modification to this junction recently. We put white line markings down in a new way, and that's made it easier for people to cross the road. But what our community are after, and remember, councillors, we were elected by our community on behalf of our community to take action for our community. They want to make it easier to turn right at this location. There's an enormous amount of traffic. I'd encourage councillors who've never actually seen this location to go and have a look at it, and you'll be quite surprised. There have not been many accidents recently, and that's because of the white line marking. When we have gone out to community consultation about this, we've had in the region of 150 submissions, and it was categorically clear from the community that they did not want any other thing done other than traffic lights at this location. As I said, the South Guildford Community, well, I didn't, the South Guildford Community Association have contacted me and asked me to take this step, and that's why I've done it. So, has the upgrade been done? The upgrade has not been done. The community did not want the upgrade that was originally planned, which was to have a double width road at the as you're exiting Queen Road. Instead, what they wanted was traffic lights. Yes, I know that we need approval from Main Roads WA because I think this has been to council at least 4 times. And the reason I'm bringing it again is because I'm an elected representative, and the South Guildford Community Association have asked me to bring this here.
Thank you.
It would
very
not
much,
be
Deputy
appropriate to
Mayor.
take
That's
it to
your
a
3
ward meeting.
mayors.
Thank you.
3 minutes, mayors. I'd like to put that to the vote. Those in favour of Deputy Mayor's motion? The Deputy Mayor, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Dawn, Councillor Knight and Councillor Howlett. And those against, Councillor Singh, Councillor Ringo, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Jones, Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Miles, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson and myself. 2, 3, 4, 5. Lost a 5, 9. Thank you. And move on to item 15.7. We're just going to try.
I'll say no during the meeting.
Could I? Just one moment, please. We do. 1, 2, 3. There's only 3 left, though, isn't there? Three motions left.
So you've got a procedure motion under 9.1 that the debate be adjourned, or the meeting be adjourned.
Okay, so we'll put that to the council that we'll vote on the meeting being adjourned. So it's a procedural motion. So those in, this is the, just one moment. We have, let me just clarify, we have 3 motions left. Is that correct?
We have 3 motions left.
3 motions left to debate. So just so that you're aware when you do vote. So we're going to put that to the vote. Those in favour.
Question?
Question, Councillor Knight.
Three motions. Are we going to have to come in for another night to hear these, or are they going to go to the next meeting, please?
Through you, Mr CEO.
So that's up to council. I would suggest if you do adjourn at this point, the matters just be carried over to the next meeting. Then none of them are urgent.
Okay. Put that to the vote. Those in favour of the procedural motion, which is to continue, is to adjourn. We have Deputy Mayor, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Dawn, Councillor Singh, Councillor Jones, Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Howlett and myself. 10 and those against. Those against were Councillor Ringo, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Miles and Councillor Knight. Thank you. Before everyone moves, can I just just like to just add in here. Thank everyone for tonight. I realise there was quite a few things on the motion. Just one moment. Quite a bit to debate tonight, and I'm sure we'll get better at working through debating those items where they are quite contentious. But I'd also like to, just before I close the meeting, I'd like to acknowledge Muriel Pickering, our Executive Director of Place Stakeholder Engagement. So Muriel is leaving the city and she will be starting at the City of Melville. And Muriel has been a really integral and valuable part of the team, and I know you'll sorely be missed, and we thank you very, very much for your contribution. And I know that you're moving on to maybe closer to home pastures that, may have made that decision a little bit easier for you, and we'd like to thank everyone tonight as well that's attended the meeting. Thank you. And for Muriel. And I'd like to close the meeting at 10:37. Thank you.